person admin at that school can go in and then say, here's the report we want, and it exports it. And it exports it in this funky, like L limber file. And you don't need to know what the back end of it is. You just download it on your machine. Send it to your new location. They go into the CMC, pull up that promotion management, and they can import it in. And then it's imported, and then you have to give it permissions and stuff, but it can be done. It's just not as easy as it was, when we could put it on info. Yes.
That's amazing. My question is, I thought that, my district might have different fields than another district, right? Or be using, a different field.
Well, why?
That's in the report, would that translate over?
Probably not.
Yeah.
But if you can get the report, and let's say it has everything you want, but let's say they have 2 more dimensions on their account that they're using, and you guys don't have that, you can still import it in, and then you can go modify and get rid of that part. So it doesn't have to be field for field, but the reason why that's so helpful is because it's all based on every one of the fields in ERP are the same no matter where. When you go into your employee master, those fields are there, the addresses. You go into your budgets, those fields are there. So if you see one, that's what you want to do, say, hey, I'd love to look at it, you import it in, and then you can modify it, or if you're like, dang, that wasn't what I wanted at all, you either, delete it or you can modify it. So that you would probably want to have some, you need to have whoever your admin is. And if you don't have an admin for your Linq analytics, whatever you call support, we can help you guys set it up. So if you want that out there, that isn't all gone. It's just not, it's just a little, you have to jump through a few hoops. Okay. Any else going still badly? Okay. Okay, so now what I want to talk about is what I found is when people are saying, when I go in to try and create a report by myself, I just don't really get it. Because if you're not in here all the time, it just seems weird. And none of us, I won't say that, many of us don't have the time to go learn it. So I'm going to walk us through how you can go into Linq Analytics right now, look at a few reports that you might like, how you can copy into your folder so that you can get, and then I can explain all of the fields there. And then at the end, when we have a few more minutes left over, we'll go through if you want to create 1 or 2 basic reports. Okay? So when you come in here, these are going to be your URL. The PI is just your launchpad, right? And so the other one, like I said, is a different URL, but it's the same, but it's 2 different pieces, okay? So when you first come in, most of the time, when somebody just gets an account, when they come in here, all of this is going to be blank. Because they haven't done anything yet. They just created their account. So you're going to be going, well, I don't even know what to do. So I get people that will call me in and I'll say, well, click on the documents. And they click on them and then they still don't have anything. Down here, you'll always want to remember, down here in the folders is where you can get to public folders. So a lot of times they, when it was Weidenhammer, they created a lot of that we call them canned reports. For one, because they were things that every district needed, like your finance reports and maybe something with your employees. They don't always create them now, but we can still use those templates to get started and see where we're getting the information. So when you first come in, if you're wanting to create, if you have these informations here, you can just click on it and it'll rerun whatever you ran once. If you want to create, or if you want to look at the report, create a new report, we can click on this web intelligence, or if you go up in applications, you'll have a web intelligence here. There are other things in there. If you're an admin, the only thing you're really ever going to worry about is this guy right here, your web intelligence, okay? But we're going to go back and want to look at the documents so that I can show you what these are looking like. Every one of you guys will have a public folders. So when you click on the public folders, you'll have your district. So they're all the ones that you guys brought over from or from Alio. And then this Alio one is the one that is shown that are where our template reports are. Okay. So in this case, we're not worried about retired reports. We have the finance, fixed assets, human resources. These folders here, if you look at them, they're the same as the pieces of ERP. We have HRS, we have finance, then there's a warehouse module, and then sometimes there's a bank rec module. So when we say folders, that's what you can relate it back and forth that way. okay? So I'm gonna have us look at one of the general ledger reports, because I know everybody, I shouldn't say everybody, many people look at these and you run them for your board members, for you guys, whatever. I want to make sure I have the right one. Okay, so in here, this is what I suggest, just double click on anything. Because you're not going to be right here, all you can do is look. But if here, you'll be able to say if, yeah, that's the kind of information I'm looking for. I want to know, I want to split out my funds. I want to be able to see, this is one I didn't want to show you because I'm not seeing, we don't have all those flashlights anymore. So on this one, so everybody runs an income statement. What is the great thing about this is it's just going to come up and show you what's out here. So you could be saying, yeah, that this looks very similar to if you go into your account inquiry, right? You pull up some accounts or you do an account mask. Here, though, this is like, we didn't have any filters. We just said we want to know all the accounts, okay? So this is like if you were to go into your account inquiry and you can see all of your adjusted budget, blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry, your adjusted budget and all the other information that's interesting. So you can say, yeah, I like that, I like that, but I want something else. That's what you're going to do, okay? I like this. So what we want to do is we want to be able to, if I try to do anything here, it's not going to let me. Because as I said, these are just templates out there. They put them out there for you to review. So we just need to copy them to our folder, okay? And it's the same copy paste, but it's kind of a weird name because when you right click on it, you're going to need to say organize. I kind of felt like this was a, the Vivi is what did they say? Somebody was telling me it's an Australian company where they spell organization differently, you know, with an S. And I'm like, who does organize? But anyway, that's what it is. So we're going to do organize and copy. Okay. Then I want to go put it in my folders. Or if you were wanting to put it in your school district folder, you could do that as well. But I'm going to put it in here. And I'm going to do right click and I'm going to do organize and I'm going to say paste. And it's going to tell me I already have one out there. Like fine. Okay. Now is where we can actually do something with this report. So a couple things. When you're pulling up the report, you can double click on it right now and it's going to open it up. Or we can do two things. You can right click on it and say modify. And that's what we want to do. Modify is putting it in an edit mode so that we can go do stuff. We can see what we want to do with this report. So in here, there's a couple things, there's tons of stuff, but the things that you're really going to want to pay mind to is your design. You can design with this data, or if you want just the structure. Well, it's not going to do us any good to have the structure because it's already built. So I'm going to say I want the data. Okay, so data. This guy right here is what you're going to go back and forth to over and over again. It's called the edit provider, which really is like pulling up the fields. I don't know where they came up with edit, but there you go. So anyway, so now we actually can see how did that report happen? There's two parts of these reports or this area. You're going to have your result objects up here and your filters. And I'm going to relay this to a lot of people that use your report specs. If you go in and do, you know, an expense report or a revenue report, you pull that report up and then you put in the report spec, which is doing your sorting, saying, I just want these programs. I want it for this school. And so this part here in the filter, that's where you're doing the specific pieces, sorting it, narrowing it down to the pieces of information you want. Okay. Now up here, when we were running that report, we saw that there was an account number. I was moving that out of here, an account year. And we have these little things that are orange. Those are called measures, meaning there's something with numbers. We either want to display it, we want to calculate on it, we want to do something. So the idea is it's like a measuring, like a ruler is what it is. These ones here, when they're like these little diamonds, they are called dimensions, which is a little different than the dimensions we call in ERP, but they're fields. They're the field names that you want. Okay. So let me pull over here and you can see, okay, when you first open this up, you're like, okay, that doesn't tell me anything. I don't know how do you even get to this information? So right now you can see we're in the finance universe is what they call it. You can see that there's accounts payable, batches, all of those pieces that are on the finance side, right? That we go in and run stuff on. So I would be looking first and going, I don't even know where I want to go. So why these are so helpful is if you click on a field, it's going to go directly to the folder, the location of where that field came from. And why this is really important is if any of you that have started creating reports say, I'm putting an account number and I'm not getting anything. If you put an account number in and don't know where it's pulling, it could be pulling it from your check numbers, it could be pulling it from your distributions, it could be pulling it from budgets. So this is going to tell you it's coming directly out of the accounts table. Like when you go into your account maintenance, it's going right there. And so you don't have to try and figure out where that field is, which is really nice because it's frustrating if you don't know where it is. These little things right here that look like filters or funnels, that's exactly what they are. They're things that can filter. They're already pre-filtered for you. So if you wanted to say, I want all active employees, it's going to go in and know that it's looking in the employee master, and it's going to look in the part on where you have like all your employment statuses, but then it tells you, are they active, are they inactive, are they terminated? So you don't have to go chain is, but I know it's in the accounts table. So here, you can do one of two things. You can click on it and move it up here, right? You did filter, or you double click, which I like to do better. So once you click it, then it's up there now. So great. We can now, when we're running this report, it'll now show us if there's an approval chain. Like I said, this probably isn't a report you care for the approval chains, but that's what we're doing for the demo. When we run this, well, we'll get to that in a minute. So this filter part is where I was mentioning is like your report specs. Your report specs narrow down the pieces of information you want, your location, and they do it by your dimensions, right? So you're going to do, I want to give this report to my principal is going to be at 704, blah, blah, blah. And you can filter those by a location, okay? This right here, the default year, this might, during the year when you flip over, so when you start going to 26 and you want to start running reports in 26, if you're in ERP and your default year is 25, this is where that comes from. So just remember that all of that, when you're not getting something like that, you could take the default account year off and say, and prompt and say, I don't want to have to keep flipping around. Just prompt me for what year I want. You could do that instead of this prompted field, this default field, but that's how that would work, okay? And we're already telling it the values, so this is saying we're only looking at expense and revenue accounts. And also we are saying we don't want to have any of the accounts that are inactive show, because that's why. So you want to go in and make that so that you're not getting hundreds of accounts that you don't even use anymore, if you've rolled them over. But these things here, what I was mentioning, these are all of these fields that we wanted. But we're asking something about it. We're saying not just I want you to show it to me, we're saying, I want default, I want the revenue and expense accounts, I want them inactive, but I also don't want to see accounts that don't have anything in them. So we're saying here, we want this budget to not equal 0. So if we come over here and look at this, oh, no, sorry. So I'm not defaulting anywhere else, but here we would say if any of these fields, so one of those fields is 0, but the other ones aren't, show me. But if there are ones that they're all 0, I don't want to see it. They're just not going to be useful for me. So that's why we're telling it not equal to 0, okay? Now, when you're putting in, these are called, like I said, they're filters, and you can filter so many different ways. So I'm going to show you on this one, oops, what you can do. If you have, let's say on that, you're in payroll, and you want to have, look at all the people that are certified jobs, but you have, let's say there's so many, no, let's do Paris. You could say, I want to see, this report for me is going to be just Paris. Well, you could go in and say, I want this job and this job, which in this case, we would say in list. So we would say, in this list, let me do another one. I won't see it. Oh, no, I'm going to do this. Bring you down. Okay, in here, I would say, I want to see an in list, and it's going to pull up a prompt for us that would say, what do you want to choose? So if you wanted to say, I want all of the para jobs, you would put in, it's not going to let me put them in, obviously I'm in the wrong area, but you could go ahead and put all the job codes that you want. Or in this account year, we could say, I want to see just 25, but let's say you didn't want to see 25, you wanted to see everything else. You could say, I want to look at this, or you could say, I want to look at everything except 25. So depending on how many pieces of information you're trying to narrow it down to, you can use these. You could say, I want everybody that isn't this. I want everything that is this. If you say equal to, you're only going to get one value. If you say in list, then you're going to get as many values as you want to put in there. There's also between. The between is used for like check, mostly for checks. If you're looking at your bank rec, or you're looking at just the checks that you run out,
You may want to say, I want to look at the checks that are from March 14th to April 12th, which isn't like your normal, the first of the month to the 30th. You can use the between. And you can use those for also for like payroll checks if you wanted to see a different range. Then you can have the greater than. So the greater than can be something, it can be a date or it can be something else. I want everything that's over 24, right? But if you say I want it to be, let's say you're saying I want 2,400 and over. You could say 20, I want between these numbers. If you don't say either equal to or greater than, it will miss these ones on the end. So when you're running reports, you want to just kind of fiddle around with what is it exactly that you're looking for, what you're trying to filter on, okay? And then you can have other things that are saying there's two values, like either this account, you're either active or not. You could put in here and say, I want both these values, but that's going to mess it up. So I would do a report that says inactive accounts, you can do something with them, and then run the report on active accounts, okay? So I won't go into a ton of details on there, but that's what these are doing. All of these are saying, I want you to show it unless it's zero. If it's zero, I don't want to see it, okay? Then over on this side, there's two parts of it. Here, you can put in, this is a zero, so they're putting in a constant, saying it's never going to change. No matter what, I don't want to see anything that's zero. But you may have one out there that's like for a prompt, you may want to see a prompt here, and then when you run that report, it's going to pop up and say what do you want. So in case for like payroll or something, you say, I want the categories, I want teacher categories. I want all my maintenance people for job codes. Those kind of things you can start filtering on. Or you could put it in, and there's the other one here that, well, those are usually, if you had another query, you could bring it in, but I'm not going to go in that because that's not really that common. But you could put in your constant or have your prompt, okay? So now on this one, wait, did I not bring, oh, let me move this over. So I said earlier that I brought over this approval chain. So let's say I wanted it over here. It's not going to matter where you put it on here. This is one thing to remember is when you create a report or you pull this report up, we're doing a one that's already out there. When we run this report, which I'm going to run it now, it is not going to put that field in. Now see when I ask for a prompt, enter the budget year to date, I better get rid of that. Oh, yeah, let me go back. I'm going to put it back to zero, and now you can see what it was doing. It was asking for something. So in here, now, I'm like, where did that approve? Oh, see, sorry. I did this earlier. I'm going to hide it because you want to see it. It's right now, it's not going to be there because it was done after. So as you guys are creating or modifying reports, just remember that it doesn't automatically come back on the report after you ran it more than once, okay? Not a big deal, but now I'd be looking at this and going, well, where is even that field? I don't even know how to get to it. So these guys over here will tell you all kinds of stuff. The ones that you want to worry about, not worry, you're going to be using the most, is this right here is going to be the available objects. So this is now showing us all of the fields that we asked for on that first report, or on the query, right? And so, oh, here's my approval chain. Now you're going to have to move those fields back over. So I could put it wherever I want, but the only time it'll be in the order you want is when the first time you run it and you can put things in your area. But don't fret if it's not working because this part right here is like Excel. You can go insert columns, you can delete columns, you can, make calculations on them. So there's one thing you'll want to pay attention to though is, so I'm going to pull this over. And this doesn't do the double click like it does on the other screen. So it's like, that's why it's not coming over. So you want to grab it, and I'm hoping it's going to show here. You see how like this little, it's like a little tiny blue thing right there? If you need to have that if you want it to insert. And the first couple times it's kind of tricky. So you put it in here. If you do this, it's going to override it. Right? So you want that little tiny blue part right there, and you click it. So you can see it'll take a sec. Click it, and then now it inserts it where I want it to be. And just remember that it's like really hard. It's a baby, teeny tiny thing, but it's not going to overwrite your fields. Okay. So now it's like, oh, this is so cool. I know all this budget stuff, and I know who's the approval chain on it. Well, you can see that like, it's not useful here, but that's how you're gonna go ahead and add new fields. Okay, so, is there anything else I want to do over here? At the moment, I'm doing this like super basic, so before I go into start scheduling and creating a brand new report, are there any questions? Well, not everybody is asleep yet, so it's a good sign. Okay, then this will be where is cool to, let's say I like this report, and I don't, it's for 050, their location, or no, their location is 104. So I might say, you know what, I want to send this exact report, I don't want to send it to 104, but I don't want them to have, how many pages are there? I really don't want to have, send out 394 pages. So I'm gonna go back and make one more adjustment to it. You go back up here to your little guy, your edit provider, I just say it's a yellow guy, and we don't have any location here. So I'm like, okay, I don't even know where to go find it. Let's click on the account so that we can open up all this area over here. And a bet you money, we're gonna find the locations out here. Ah, look at that, there's our locations. So when we click on location, we just want to have the location number. So I'm gonna do that, click over here. I don't have to show it up here, but a lot of times I do, but I wanna drag it down here and filter. If I you can see the red line here. This is going to determine where it's going to be in the query. Well, I don't care about this part. I want it to be up here because I want it to give me those types of, I want the default year, and I want the location, and I want the expenditures. Okay, so that's what so I'm going to put it up here instead of in this area. Because this is saying this and this, but any of these are or. So if I had all of these as and, a lot of times I wouldn't get anything, right? Because there's a lot of times either one, especially if you don't have a budget in there, you're always going to get zeros. So you want them to be ors. So now I want to go in and say, what is the location? Well, we said that first one was 104. So I'm just going to put 104 in. Here is where let me go closer. When I clicked on here and I said, give me the values, this is giving me all the values, all my locations that I have. And I could type it up here like this, or let's say these are employee numbers and there's tons of them out there. I could scroll, or I could say I'm going to go find. I don't know what let's say I don't know your locations very well. So I'm going to say I want to go search, and so then you would put it here again. I mean, that doesn't matter for this number, but then we're going to go 104 and boom. Okay, now let's run. Now, even though we're not going to see the 104 on the report, hey, where did my stuff go? There we go. As you can see, it's now not 394 pages. It's like, let's see how many years. Maybe it is. It's still doing that. It should come up with 104. Oh, that's why it's doing that. Sorry. Okay. We're going to pretend that worked, okay? It looks like it didn't do this. I don't know why I have all my, well, it did do no, it's putting them all in. So anyway, let's just pretend that worked. That's exactly what you would do, but this report, I'm goofing with it, so I'm not sure how happy it is right now. So if this was just a 104, we're going to go ahead and we're saying, now, you know what, I like this report. I want to have this report sent to the principal at 104 the first of every month. Let's say that. Some districts want them every week. So we'll just go once a month. So what you can do now, you want to make sure that you save, but I'm not going to because I did weird stuff. This guy right here, you can export it. There's two things you can do. You can export this to a PDF file. You can export it. These are your options down here. To an Excel, to a CSV file, and to a text file. If you do that right here, that means you're exporting it and then you got to do something. Okay? I want it to the system to go do it, and I don't want to have to keep doing it every time. So I'm going to go back to my main page where I had all my documents here. And when you right click, this is where we modified, you can go in here and say, I want to schedule this. And so I want to schedule. What do I want to do? Okay, I might not even want to name it income statement. I might want to say budget for 104. You can change the name there, it doesn't matter. Then on this recurrence, here's where you can decide how you want it set up. So we could say, I want this the first Monday of every month. I want this the nth day of every month. So that would be like the 15th of every month. You can do whatever you want. There's all kinds of stuff. You can even annoy them and have this run hourly. Could you imagine? But you could. I don't know why you wanted, but I guess some of these ones that are hourly are like when you're doing new employees and you've got export information, that might be useful, but I don't think the principal would like it. But we're going to go back and I wanted to do what they say the first Monday of every month. So you can put in the information here, right? I want this to start. Now, one thing you want to remember is the system is your time, but the servers are in back east. So they're on Eastern time. So if you said, I want the principal to have this when they come in at 8 o'clock, if you put it at 6, then it's going to be, 8 o'clock. It's not really, it doesn't really matter, but it might for certain pieces of information. So just kind of keep that in your mind. And I set these up. I had people set them up for their new principals, and they forget to go in and do an end time. And usually the default is like 2034. So it's going to be really annoying because then you're going to have to go in and cancel that, totally cancel the job where you schedule it. As opposed to here, you could have it at the end of May when school's over, right? Because you most likely you'll have the same BA or the same principal. But in Alaska, where our other customers are, they have a lot of turnover. People just go up for, a season or whatever. So it's a good idea to put an end date on there. If you don't, you can go in and cancel it. It's not a big deal. But what you're trying to do is make it so you don't have to keep coming back in and modifying it. You do it once and it's great and you can move on, okay? So that's what you'll do here. The format is important because you don't want to have the web intelligence. It comes up in the inbox here, and what we're trying to do is give the information to people that don't go into AI or Linq analytics and don't even go into ERP very often. So that's what we want to say. We do not want that. We either want it in Excel or we want it in Adobe. These ones here, these comma separated values, are what you could use if you're, and I hope it's okay to say, I won't say what it is, but Nebo has some information that they send to a third party. And so they have an SMTP server that every time this report runs, it goes up to the server. And I'll show you that part in just a sec. If you decide that you want to do that, or your IT people decide they want it, I'll show you there's a couple other things that you need to set up. And you need a fingerprint. And Linq gives us that fingerprint. And it's, it's like it says this, but it's a fingerprint for the server interaction. Okay, I'll get to that there. So if you don't want them to change anything, I would say Excel or Adobe. But if you're giving it to them because now they want to do something with it, it can't hurt. Once this information's out of ERP, it doesn't go back in. This does not push into ERP. All this is doing is viewing. So you can have the people go look at it. And they may change their budgets and say, oh, look at what I have. Well, it's not up to in ERP. Okay. So, but it's your choice how you want to set it. And then you don't have to worry about caching. You don't have to worry about this. You don't have to worry about the group. But you do want to be concerned about the destination. So most of the districts, when you guys have migrated, make sure that all the SMT information is links. But there are some that when they migrated a while ago, and they didn't use this function, so it just didn't get moved over. So if you want this and your server doesn't have it, like I said, let us know, send in support and we'll get that working for you. But right now, you guys, if you're just emailing, you just want to go to the email. This in the background is set up on the CMC, so it's already done. So if you get this right here, oops, I said SMT. If you get this email, it's already set up, okay? So what you would do is you would just put from. So these are all kinds of stuff I've done. If you have like for your ESP, if you have a, BESD at whatever, don't reply, some kind of an email like that, you can have it come from there, or you could have your email come from there. Then you want to put in to it who it's to. So there is one thing, for those of you that have already been scheduling, they've made a tiny change, and it's tiny, but it's annoying because it breaks your reports if they're already set up, is before we used to put in a semicolon. So if we wanted to have, let's say we're going to put this in, and I put in a semicolon, and you want to put 3 or 4 different people in here. It's not the emoji. Okay, so there we go. If you want to put more than one person in, you now need to put it in just with a comma. Whereas before, like even on your email addresses, when you said multiple, there was that semicolon. It used to be that way, now it's comma. So if you send out reports and only the first person gets it, well then you're gonna say, oh, I remember hearing about that. We need to change that to a comma, not a semicolon, okay? And then over here you put a subject or whatever. And so then when you say now, I wanna schedule this, I don't think it's gonna let me. When you come and schedule it, it's gonna come up here. You'll have an instance out there that you can,
Fixing things so people can
that's too bad.
see. And
Sorry about this.
No, you just keep going.
Okay, so you could come in here, and this isn't gonna work because I didn't finish putting stuff in correctly. But when you're running your CSV files or you're sending them to an SMTP, you won't ever probably look in here until somebody tells you I didn't get it today. So then you're gonna wanna come in here and, let's see, I should have done that. Let's close this out. You'll come into whatever report you have, and let's do it on this one. And you can say, I want to see the history of it. Let's see if there's any history. I know there's going to be history on this one because I was fiddling with it. Okay, it's still working. When it's running, it will do pending, or it goes into this pending state because I didn't actually run it. I set it up, but we're 2 hours behind. So if I don't even know what the time I put it on. But it's going to hit pending and it's waiting to go. Once it runs, it'll either say success or error, or it says failed. And when your IT person, or the IT person asks, what was that error? You can click on it, and it's going to give you information here. So it will tell us these were the people I was sending it to, and then your parameters, and then you would get the error message saying, which is what we've been getting on when we changed, is that not all recipients got the report, or it failed, and when you're sending it to an SMTP server for with Nebo, the fingerprint changed, and so it needed to be updated on CMC again. It's a real long, funky number, so you'll just get it from support. You'll put it in, and you'll be able to run your reports. So let me show you how that looks. If you want to try clicking this again. I'm going to go to schedule. In your schedule, we want to do what our format is. No, we want to do it for a destination. In here, when you go in and do SMTP server, this is right here, this fingerprint is what it needs to have, okay? And it'll be whatever the information is. So I won't go into details, but there's the pertinent information from whatever, if you use, sending it to your Kelly subs or whomever you're sending the data to. They'll give you that information, and then we'll need to get you the fingerprint, okay? So that's pretty much it on how to look for the report. We'll go in because we have a little time, and that's what you guys wanted to see. Creating a new report, we're gonna make it super duper basic, but before we go, is there any questions on, any questions on anything that I've gone over or that I might not have explained very well? This is good news. Okay, so what we want to know is, I just got this account and I got a call from another district that's saying, I want to know how to create reports, so I'm hoping that this will be helpful. When you come back into, you can stay here, you can go to home, whatever. As I was mentioning, when you want to create a new report, you just click on Web Intelligence. So see, it's okay for me to say all IO Intelligence because they haven't changed that part, but it's Linq Analytics. Anyway, you're going to come up here. This looks like a regular Word document in the beginning. Want to click on your new document, and this is where it comes up. And I know I'm looking, going, what is a universe? And don't ask me who came up with all this stuff, but it's a universe. You can come in and use some of these other areas if you want. Some districts have ODBC connections that they go in and connect to a different source. You guys are going to go into the universe. And like I mentioned, the universe is what they're calling ERP. We can go into the HRS universe, we can go into fixed assets, we can go into human resources. So all of these things down here, you don't need to worry about. You can see they're all different schools, and it was just easier having all this stuff when they load these systems, trying to make them fit everybody. It's just like, just don't worry about it. You're never going to use all that stuff. The ones you're going to use, so here, you will see that when you go look at yours, there would have been an Olio one if you were self-hosted, but when we're hosted with Linq now, because there's two here, you would be going, which one am I supposed to use? Use the one that has your school district name on it, because that's that instance on the server that is related to you guys, okay? So in this case, we would hit either the finance for Box Elder, or we would come down here and use the human resources, okay? So because I'm using, they're like kind of live data, it's backup, it's live data, I'd rather not go into the finance or the HRS side, because I'm going to bring people's information up, but it will be the same idea. So I'm just going to run a few things in finance, and I'm not meaning to ignore all you payroll people, because that's where I'm. So, but that's why I'm doing it. So I'm going to go back here to the finance area, and I'm going to double click on it. And so remember when I was mentioning when we showed it before, there's nothing now. I mean, if you didn't go look at that other report, you wouldn't even know what do these mean. This part here, if you remember, are the fields we want to look at. Here is what we want to filter on, right? But if I go click on here, it's not going to open anything up, obviously, because nothing's out there. So now that you know that those folders are out there, it'll be easier for you to come in and say, okay, go to general ledger no matter what. That's where everything is. That's where all the action happens. So in here, we can see all of, like we did before, all of our filters. Here we can look at our accounts. We can look at journal entries. We can look at locations and vendors, all that kind of stuff. But I'm mainly looking at the accounts. So once you click on the accounts, it's going to open up pretty much everything. Okay, so in here, this is going to be, again, all of the accounts we want. Let's say we want to look at, well, I don't know, does anybody have an idea? Does anybody want to look at like a, I don't know, budget? What do you want to look at? Tell me something. Okay, I'll come up with something. So we're going to say that we want to go look at, let's say I want to go look at our purchase cards. Well, we don't use purchase cards. We're just going to go into, I'm just going to go into an account, and we'll look at it, what we want to do for account. I want to look at the account number, okay, so I double clicked on it. Now, for some people, they don't know what the account number, I mean, the people that use them all the time know what each part of that means, but not everybody does. So you probably want to have your account description too, so that you can see what's up. And then you may want to know, we might want to know what the account year is, right, so we can filter on that. Because we want to make this report that we can use more than once. You don't have to, but that's what we're going to try and do. Then you want to come down here, and here is where you can see this thing that says dimensions. Those are all of the dimensions that are making up your account number. These guys are all filtered, so because with state reporting and everything, that's why we have all these dimensions separated out, because we have to report on all this stuff for everybody. So here we can go in and specifically choose a fund. We want to look at student activities. So we're going to say, let's pull up fund. I use that because I know we have a report for them here. We want to look at the fund is what we want to be looking at, but we also want it to show. We might want to sort on fund and program, okay? So I'm just going to put all of these up here. Fund, just for a minute, program and object. So I'm going to tell you something that happened that why you might want to know this. These right here, you can see that they're little tiny. They've got like the line and then a plus sign. This fund value and description are where you go in and say, this is fund 22. But some districts, it was a couple of years ago, they had to start narrowing it down even more for state reporting. So instead of just having the high school, they had to have, I don't know what it was, but high school and a few different components that were even more. So they had the high school was 704, then they had 704A, 70 whatever. And so if I just click on filter on this fund, where's when you do it? I think 21 is the student activities. Yeah, if we did this, okay. You can see how there's another 21 up there? This was, they had it at one time, and then they created another one because they wanted to add more filters to it. So what could happen and has happened, when I just said here, Fund 21, right here, there still was stuff in the other Fund 21, like old stuff that they still are keeping. If I leave it, the fund is saying 21 here, I'm going to miss out on that other piece of the other fund that was out there. So what these mean is you can go in and be very particular. I want that fund value. So I can say Fund 21, but I can put it in this value, and so the 21 blank, 21 student activities, 21 whatever, it will pull all those in for me. So this is why when they go down a little bit more, they're like really getting granular, and wanting to have anything out there. So for the most part, you're doing your fund would be fine, but that's just something to think about. Okay, so I think this is all we're gonna do. But we want now, this isn't gonna do me any good to like get some amounts in there, right? So I'm gonna say up here now, I'm gonna go back up to all those measures. So remember, the measures are going to be in the account parts because we're still doing something with them. The other, all the encumbrances and all that stuff that goes with it. So over here, I'm going to tell
Our
them.
screen's frozen.
Uh-oh. And we're good. They're kind of tired anyway. Probably break some ice, but I gotta finish this part. Enjoy the break. We'll have it over here. Okay, I'll go. Alright, maybe 10 more minutes. I'm gonna make it fast, so I'm sure y'all are looking for a break anyway. So we went back to the fund, right? We did it's not frozen anymore. So I'm just gonna say really, I just want Fund 21 and I want the year. I'm gonna make it simple. So I could go put a default, I need something else. I could put a default, say the year, but this one I want to prompt myself for the year. So I'm going to bring this down here, and I'm going to say just prompt. Okay. So then, what I was saying when it was missing was we want to come down or go up and get the information on those fields. I don't really care about individual amounts. I want year to date. That's what I want to deal with. So I'm going to go back into these default measures, and these you can see you have a beginning balance, an ending balance, all that kind of stuff. I'm going to go look for the ones that are year to date. So right now, I guess I want the adjusted budget. So I'm going to I'm going to do the adjusted budget, but I don't want it up here. Yeah, I guess I do. I'm gonna put in this, I want the amount year to date, right? That's gonna be what your expenses, and your revenue minus your expenses are, or how much money you spent for the year on that. Then we also are gonna want the adjusted budget. Is this what I'm doing? Okay, that's the beginning balance. And now I want what the encumbrances are, because, you know, that's gonna matter. We're gonna put them in here. And I'm not gonna do anything with the zeros right now, because in the beginning, I always suggest start running the report and doing it a little at a time, so that you don't get overwhelmed, or you have things that are contrary and it won't give you anything. Okay, so look, it said, what do you want for the account here? Well, I want 25. Okay, so there we go. I want 25, and boom, we're gonna see what's going on. So here we go. You can see, you're like, oh, great, you have all these funds and stuff in there. Well, we can take those off. This is a good way for you to see, is this exactly the look that I'm looking for? Well, I have the account number. This one, never used. So had I put in that 0 on one of those, it wouldn't have come up, because this is probably not an active account. They don't want you to use it. So you can put that filter on. Only give me accounts that aren't inactive. Okay? And so then here we're seeing these fund values. Well, we already know, because we can see the account number here. So I'm going to say I don't want to see that. So if you click in here, in not the name of it, and right click on it, you can delete it. If you click up here, then you have to tell it it's a column or a column or a row. And I don't want it. I want it to be that column. So that's the difference on where you can delete it. Okay, so now we know it's 25. I don't have to have 25 here, because it's in the account string, right? So I'm going to say go. I'm going to delete that, and I don't need to see the fund description. I did want to see the account description, so I'm going to delete that. Okay. So now it's looking a little bit prettier. But let's say I'm going, yeah, but that still doesn't tell me anything. I want to know, I want to have it sort by all the different activities, like if it's basketball or something. So when you ran at the beginning, now you can start saying, oh, okay, that's what I want to do. Let's go back to our edit provider, and let's go put another filter on our program. So I don't want to go through all this anymore, so I'm just going to click on Fund, and it's going to open it up for me, and I'm going to click on Program. Is that what you guys use? Would you use Program, or would you use Object, your student activities?
No, I would use Program.
You vote. Okay, let's use Program. Did I put that in there? So I'm going to say I want to have programming here, and I'm going to I'm saying I want all 3 of these. I want this fund, I want this account year, and now I want these programs. So we're looking in here, it's going to give us every program, because it didn't determine from the fund. So let's do student, and now we've got all of these. So I'm going to say I want to see this one, and it's same like in Excel. You can go down here. Holy moly. I can do all those and do this and now move them over. Now that's a lot, but we're just showing it how it's going to look. We can do sorting later. We can do filtering later. We can do modifying reports later. But really, the beginning thing is what you want is to start getting the data. Okay? So you're like, well, that didn't do anything for me. Well, we need to pull the program back over. So let's pull the program over. And now, this is looking a whole bunch more stuff. We could, once you get here, you could then start saying, I want maybe subtotals. Or maybe I want to just send it to Excel, because I'm more comfortable in Excel, they'll do my totals there. And then you can export it. But this is a great way for you to be able to just start getting information and being able to make a comment about it. So I'm going to go in, she said I could use her data. So I'm going to show you one of the reports that they actually have for student activities and how it started like what we just did. But we want to go into box over here. And right here we have some of these school activities. We're going to go look at this one. I don't know, I did a long time ago. Let's go see if it still works. Oh, look at that. So we're going to say period, are we in period 9? 10? Okay, see how I flipped it over because it's seeing what one period is on the year. I haven't ran this year, so I need to refresh it. I'm going to say 25. And why this is so cool is because you can keep running the report over and over and over anytime you want, and then just change names to it. So here now, look, it's going in. The one we did is I had separated it. They wanted it separated by location. So you can see here, this is grouping. We've got all of the student activities, which there might be more, I didn't count them all, but it's telling you all of this, these are all your year-to-date totals. So it's kind of cool that you can have that information. So let's say you said, oh, I like this, I want to send it to the principals. I would now have to go filter it, or they won't see anything because I said show me everything, and I was an admin. So I could go in, back over here, I'm not going to do it all, but I'll show you, because we're supposed to be done. When you come over here, you could put prompt here for location, and then we can say what that location number is and run it. And if you wanted, you can do these publications and stuff. It's not really intuitive, I don't think, so I usually will just make the report and copy it for the location and put it for the people. So then they don't have to fiddle with it. Okay, there you go. There we go, we have a report. I do have a document that I found that has basic ways to build this. So we can, I can send it to anybody that wants it. Also, if you ever want help on these, I know a lot of people here have their admins, but if you don't, like I said, just send them to ERP support, and John will always send them to me. So you can send them to John, but I'll get them anyway. So anyway, I hope that was helpful, and if you guys have questions during breaks or anything, let me know. Okay, thanks. Oh, so we get a break for 15 minutes.
Hey everyone, all of you that are from Buffalo School District, we have a very convenient store. If you go directly to this building, the easiest way is to walk down the asphalt. Go to our office. There's a convenience store called Miller's. Any of you that need a Diet Coke refresher or anything like that, it's less than 3 minutes. And the restrooms are just around the elevator in the main hall. I need things for your support, I'm going to read it. So you want to know what you need, make sure you get
Sorry, I'm sorry. What's your name? Yeah. I don't think
from intelligence or better minds, answer more specific question.
tell you are, they're more kind of like, did you know that the system can do this? Do you know that these options are available? I'm trying to give you guys some options so for time savers. So things that you do all the time are repetitive, or things that are annoying and you didn't know you might be able to fix, or things like that I'm going to review. On your agenda, it had a couple other things with VPOs and vendor portal. That was going to be more, the person that was here before, that was going to be here, that isn't, they were more in the sales side, and so they were going to show you some of that information, and since I'm not either of those, we're going to talk about stuff more on the finance side. So when I'm going through, if you guys have any questions, hopefully this is a little more interactive than the AI stuff, but anyway, if you have any questions anytime, let me know. The first thing I'd like to show you guys is, this was a huge annoying thing in Alio. And when I've gone out and trained people, I've showed them, and they're like, man, that is like so cool. So for those of you that already know it, please disregard. But one of the things when you're in, and it's going to be the same, ERP, when you go in and you went into entry and you didn't mean to, and you're trying to cancel out, and then it gets you in that loop and you get really frustrated, you can go into this tools up here and click on clear record. And so whatever screen you're in, so if you're entering accounts payable or you're in your whatever, and you want to get out and it's not letting you, do clear screen, and it like clears every one of your fields out, and it changes it so that you can then click, yes, I want this to be an entry record, a plus record, or I'm just viewing. So in my dear friend, it saves me so much time of frustration when I still go in the wrong. I still go into entry when I want to do new filter. So if you don't get anything else, hopefully you get that, and that will be helpful. So there's another couple things that some districts have and some districts don't, and I wanted to mention this. Earlier, when I was in the AI part, I was talking about how you can set up your SMTP to email your reports to people. There's also the option in, I'm not repeating myself. When you go into your Word Master, we can set it up to have, if you have people that are in an approval chain. Did I mention that you can let people know? I feel like I did. Okay, so if you have,
You talked about email.
okay, email, yeah. So you can set your emails up in ERP to go in and notify people if they have a request out there. So if you go into your email tab on here, this SMT stuff is already set up, right? You click on module setup. This is going to bring you to this screen that says, I want to send an email to anybody in my approver group that has something that's waiting for them. And this is so cool because, yeah, when we're talking, same with the principals or whomever, people that are out of the office, they're not going to be, I mean, now they can get into ERP, but they couldn't get into Alio unless they were inside. It'll say, hey, you have something out there. So not just this part, where when you log in, right here, oh geez, one sec, I need to go way back. So this is bugging me, but right here, you know, when you log in, say you have 2 FAS requests, or you have a P card request, or something like that. It's nice if you log in, but by setting up your email notifications in there, you could say, I want anybody that has it, I want them emailed. You could also say, if you had another one that you wanted to do, you could say, I want also, send somebody if their requisition got disapproved. Or some people like everything. You can go in and have one sent out that it was approved. And then what they're going to do when they go in and click on it, we're going to say, okay, what about that? We want it for your requisitions. We want it for anybody that has P card transactions that you might want to have approved. If you guys use budgets, you guys use payments, but you would probably already know. But if you wanted to, if you were using this, you could. And also HAPs. So by using this and the mobile app, when you have districts that if they have this, they can use a mobile app to log on to the mobile app and approve requisitions there too. And that's super convenient for people that travel a lot. and it's like, okay, we have this building we're building and we need these guys to approve this and they're, at the airport, they can log in and do it on their mobile app. Couple things they would need to know is you would need to have your employee number on their user profile. So if we go back over here, and in your system admin, right here. So now when you guys are in ERP, you know that you have to have an email in there. That's one of the main things especially for if you're doing two-factor authentication. But if the email is already there, then this is helpful here that they need to email on your employee master. And then if you put this employee number here, when they log into the mobile app, it would look like this. They log in here and it would say you log in your map. Here is, you can look at your leads and all that kind of stuff, but you can look at your approvals right here. And so when you click on the approval, then it's really nice because then it gives you what the requisition is. And then it even shows you can go in and look at all the details. So you can see, is there even a budget? Is it available? And it's just already there. You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything to set it up except have your employee number on there. So it's a thought for you guys. If any district wants to do that, you need to, at the very beginning, when you download this app and you want to make sure it's the Linq ERP, the first time you log in, you need to have an organization ID. Excuse me. And we have them for all of you guys, but a lot of people haven't used them, so you've never asked for them. So if you want to start testing this, email support or email me and we'll get your org ID. You put it in the very first time and you say validate, then it will come up and say, give me your user ID and password. This is your ESP user ID and password. So just remember, because I have people using ERP and they're really frustrated because I'm telling them, no, I can get in. So that's the only part that's different is ESP user ID and password and your org ID. And then you can look at your your payroll and all that kind of stuff too. But in this case, you can also go look at accounts. If you're in an approval group, you can look at accounts and then you can look at your vendors. So it's like so cool. You can get all the information you need right there. So that's an option. And you can do, that's the secondary of letting people know that they have requisitions out there. So for those of you that don't do it, if you're interested in it, let us know. We can help you set it up. Okay, let's go back. Where else was I going to go? Okay, I already did the approvals. So there's some things in accounts payable that, and I'm not sure who all is involved in accounts payable, but there are a couple time savers that we have. Oh, sorry, I kind of stopped. Anyway, once you put that in, you would activate it, and then, sorry, I forgot to finish that, you can tell it how often you want it to run. So this one I laughed, just like the other one. Why would you want to remind somebody every minute? It would be so annoying. It would take so much space. But you could, most districts will do it 10 and 3. That's usually when they like to do it. Or you do it first in the morning, or you can run it every hour, like whatever. But then it'll just go and remind people. So they have another option. Okay?
Can you customize that?
Pardon?
Can you customize those times? Like if you want to be at 8:30 instead of 10?
You know what? I wish, but no. These are just the options that we have. I've asked if we could change them, and because I've had other people that wanted 5 more options, and it's like this is what we got. And so hopefully one of those will work. Maybe do the every minute and see which one works out.
They don't check the email. They don't check the email.
Oh, okay, right. Okay, so then once you make any changes in the org master, for those of you that don't go in there very often, you need to make sure you update the profiles. This is one of the few screens that when you save, it's like most of them you save and you're done. If you don't update the profiles, it's not going to do anything because that's to go out everywhere. Just what we need, all the different areas that it needs to update. So that's the update profiles. And again, for those of you that might not have it because it's more of a system thing, just ask your person or send it to support for help you guys.
Nancy, I just have a little tip. I don't know if you've all moved over. Have y'all migrated to Linq yet?
No.
When we migrated to Linq ERP, we wish that we would have taken screenshots of
go over, they should have just, you would think they would have
I know,
just
that's
migrated
what-
exactly over.
Yeah, I don't know, but then you can't get back to all the others to see what, wait, did we have that? So
Yeah.
it's just a good idea.
So we have, actually, we only have like two more, we have Murray and Emory are the only two districts left that, the Utah districts that haven't migrated yet. And they're coming up in the next couple months.
Alpine.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I don't work with you guys, I'm sorry. Yeah, of course, I'm deleting New York for not saying, okay, so they haven't either. That's gonna be a lot of work, so I can see why that hasn't happened yet.
So along those lines of screenshots, we were told that we could work in both systems for a while, so I'm hoping we mitigate that again.
I think part of it, maybe,
Depends whether you were hosted.
you were on-prem, you had on-prem server. We were on-prem before, yeah. If you're hosted, yes.
All right, so now I'm gonna go back where I was mentioning to accounts payable. So there are a couple things that are, they're time savers. I'm gonna show you the option if it's something you guys might wanna use. You might already use it. But in accounts payable, for those of you that run it, there's some stuff that you do consistently, and you do it over and over and over again. Like you do your payables for all of your utilities, your water, your cell phones, that kind of stuff. And if you aren't using the recurring accounts payable, it is like a huge time saver. And so on how that looks is you can go into, let me go into your account payable. And these guys have it set up, so that's good. She is awesome. You can go into, and you should have it on your screen. When you go into doing an accounts payable batch, it's the same thing. You create a new batch and boom, you're opening it up. However, in here, if you have those set up, we have these payment groups up here. And you can see she's got a whole bunch of them. So there's a payment group that she creates, and we're gonna go look at this, the electricity one for Brigham. When you load it, these are all of the accounts that you guys are doing every single month, right? You always have to pay for all of the schools and the districts and the buildings, blah, 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 blah. And so there's a ton of them, and you probably do the same ones over because the only thing that changes is your monthly payment and when you pay it. So if you set these guys up like here, and you set up the vendor, so for people who are like, I don't want to have to do it twice, do this on your next bill so that you can set it up because you're already having to do it, and then you just save that payment group. So how is this going to be helpful? Well, this is coming in, and their invoice was for February. And as you can see down here, you've got your vendor, the name, description, your bank, and all that kind of stuff. Up here, when you're setting up your payment, you decide what bank it is. So if you, which we're going to talk about that in the next one, ACHs. If you have an ACH bank set up, you would just put bank, whatever your ACH bank is. And here, you just put in your bank number. Here is your payment type. So if this was an ACH, it would be click that. But it's a computer because these are going to be physical checks that go out. You make a computer, and then here you can see there's this description. Not here, but the description of the payment group is saying it's for our electricity water. So how does that help? Okay, well, I'm going to be paying this month's bill. So when I come in here, I want to put a new invoice number because now I'm going to be paying for March. And I'm in their demo system, so I can do whatever. I got authorization. So for March 25th, we are changing it here. Then we have the payment date. I also want the invoice date because the invoices may or may not be the same. I'm going to put March 17th now. Now what am I going to do? I want to now load this. So if I say load, let's see where it's going to be the invoice date. That's showing. If I go ahead and put load here, I guess it's putting it on this vendor. Now I want to load the description because that's already set. What I want to do now is I want to zero all these amounts out because every month I have the same, but my date and my amounts are different. So I'm going to say zero out my amounts. Zero amount. Yes, I am sure because you don't want to do that.
Wait, where did you do that? Show that me again.
Oh, right up here in
Oh, I see. That screen's not showing it. Okay, yeah.
in the zero amounts.
Okay.
And so when you say, yes, I want to do that, check it out, boom, everything's cleared out. So now all you would have to do is tap, 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 and put in your new amounts right here. And it's awesome because you don't have to put in the accounts are already set up. The only time you would have to make something different is if you have a new account or you're, changing it or whatever. And so then if you do, the very first time you set this up, you would click on your validate account. Because we want to make sure that, right, that the accounts that we're putting in are correct. So we did all this. This looks so cool. Now, once you're here, all you need to do now is say, create your payments. Right, so we have this batch. Let's go back to this batch. And it's going to pop you over into your direct entry. And I opened one, so I don't know if there was already information out here. So now let's go do a find. Was this the one? Hold on, I want to make sure that was the right one. Well, this is the other same one. But see, now everything is already put in there. I don't know if that was the right thing. Oh, okay. So I put the wrong group in. Actually, this is one that Marlene probably already had in. So let me see if I can move over. She has something else in there, sorry. Anyway, that's what's gonna happen. So you can see right now, all of your accounts are put in here. You have, in these cases, since you don't use unit price, because these are just some kind of utility, that stuff doesn't have to get filled out. But if you notice down here, all of your check keys already in there, your payment type, and you don't have to do that when you're going through every single entry over and over and over. Yes?
So when you're in reoccurring payments, right now, since we haven't converted over, when we hit create payment, we get this little note saying, oh, this invoice already is assigned to this vendor. And you have to sit there and say, okay. Is that gonna be in there still?
What does it say about your vendor?
So it will say, so when you create payment, since the vendor number or the invoice number has already been used, it will pop up a little screen saying this invoice has already been used with this vendor, and we have to just sit there and click. Okay.
I think that's a setting in your org master.
Is it really? We could have been doing that already.
Well,
We use it
But-
every time, so it's.
Well, wait a
but
minute.
but
Yes,
if you
there
turn
is.
it off, then doesn't it turn it off in everything?
The invoice, no.
You can turn it off just for reoccurring?
Oh, just for reoccurring.
Yeah.
No.
It
Yeah.
would be for.
So if you turn off for all of the invoices.
I don't want that.
What? I should be able to sort, oh, no.
I know.
Here, there should be a. I think you could load that. Because what you could do is if you wanted to reload, right, you want to reload that, well, wouldn't you have a different invoice number anyway if it's monthly?
No, it's the same invoice number for the same
It's more of an
locations.
account number that they use for the invoice.
So in ours, I do the account number and then the date that the bill came, so that you can decipher it. So if you did like your account number and then March of 25 or 3/25, it wouldn't be the same invoice number.
Okay, we could go in, can we have it if it's on your recurring by vendor? Yeah, that one, it wasn't by vendor. If you choose your vendor up here or your payment group, recurring payments by vendor instead of just recurring payments, you can load the invoice number. So that's where maybe you want to, when you're doing it, maybe if it's the same one, maybe you can just put a space or a dash after it or something so that it's not the same, but it will then, you can load that and it will reload all those in here. So for your cases, the vendor recurring payment may be your better choice because you can do
Yeah,
something about that.
that's what it goes.
Yeah, because if we put a space or something in there, if we go into eTree to try and look it up, we know that, okay, all of the American Fork utility bills are gonna be under this invoice number. So we put that in and it'll pull it all up, but if we put a space or a whatever.
Oh, that's right, for your indexing.
Then it,
But you know, when we split, we won't be so big, it won't be an issue.
Right? Make the other person worry about it, whichever district goes
You
away.
know, just 200 clicks would be okay, it's great, we'll just do it.
Okay, well then there you go, there's your solution. Okay, so anyway, this is something that, like I said, it's gonna be, if you even also have reimbursement, cell phone reimbursement, something that you do every single month, that you want this to save time. If you're doing it periodically, putting it up may or may not save any time for you. But also, we have the same thing for if you do journal entries. I know I'm in accounts payable, but it's the same idea. If you go into your journal entries in here, you can also have a recurring journal entry. So for things that are the same, like I think these guys even used one of their, like the vendor liabilities, and I'm not quite sure, I'm not quite sure why they do that they do, even though when you run your vendor liabilities, you know, on the payroll side and then you move it over, we have the vendor groups and, you know, and it has everything set up. But you could have it where I'm paying all of these debt-ends every month, right? So, I don't know where I lost it. Which one I was using? Okay, yeah. Okay, so when you're in your journal entries, they have one for school lunch. So the point of this is so that you don't have to keep typing in the accounts. That's really what is annoying, not annoying, that's what takes a lot of time. So here, let's say you have 50, and every time you do school lunches, you may only have 30 or 40. Well, you could come in, it's a lot easier to delete those lines and have to keep adding them over and over and over. So it's an option. Also, it's the same with accounts receivable. We have these recurring items that you have. And why you're like, okay, I got them all ready, but then when the new year comes, I'm gonna have to start all over again. That's not so. You can go into, I don't think all of you roll, it's probably more your admins or your finance people, but when you start your new year, where you wanna have your new accounts and all the distributions for your payroll and stuff, when you come into your period ending, it's the period end, and you were doing your building next year accounts, this part over here is done in before. So you're creating your accounts, you're putting the security back on the account so that you don't have to go in and update every user. After you've rolled, or when you're starting to be in your new FY26, you can come in here and say, I want to roll all my recurring stuff. I want to recall my journals, I want to roll my recurring payments and my payment invoices. So then now it moves over to the next, and if you have your question mark logic, then it will bring those accounts over there for you. It'll just change your account. So that's a really handy thing. I think a lot of people just don't, they think they're gonna have to do it every year. You don't have to. So anyway, so that's the same for journals, accounts receivable, accounts payable, and for anybody that wants to do cash receipts. And cash receipts may be a big one for some of the schools that their schools don't have, aren't interacting with ERP or Olio. They can just do the imports, and then those imports you can make for your recurring journal entries. Okay. Another thing that you can do, and this may or may not be something you do, like I said, it kind of got popular, I guess, when around COVID, when we all were shut down. You still had to pay your vendors, and so I started getting a lot of people saying, can you help us set up the vendors, because we don't want to be touching anything or whatever, and we're not even there. So in the ACH that you can set up for your accounts payable can be just like you do for your direct deposit. So in your direct deposit, I'm going to have to look which ones they have here. You're going to want to set up a specific bank. And when I say a specific bank, I don't mean go over and get a new Wells Fargo account or anything like that. What I'm saying is you just have to have another bank number in ERP. So in here we have 01. This is probably it's their main account. Here's your foundation, there should be maybe 12.
11, Nancy, it's 11.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Marty. And thank you for doing so much of my demo stuff for me. I appreciate it. Let's do 11. Where'd I lose it? Okay, ACH. So you would have the same information as a regular bank. And like I said, a lot of you probably haven't set that up, but you can tell people, you know, whoever does your finance, like part of your admin stuff. You're gonna wanna create another bank because you need this bank number and you need, when you run your checks, you said that there's a bank number that you have to check, right? You can check it for 01 for computer or whatever. You'll want one that says ACH. And ACH is the automated clearinghouse, and there's specific things that are required for things, right? And I have a big fat document, so if y'all want it and set it up, I can send it to you. But it tells you what the fields are that we need and whatever to get it running. But what you'll do is instead of having just this page, there are information that you'll need to put in headers. And the header is like these are your account numbers, your routing numbers, blah, blah, blah. And then here it has certain things. They made some changes that if you're paying employees, it's a different kind of standard. And I'm sorry, I don't remember off the top of my head, like EPD or something, and then when you're paying vendors, it's like PPD. So if you're doing it, we'll make sure we get it right. And then over here, these entries are saying these are gonna be your detail records. Don't wanna go into too much detail. Here's all of the record type. But here, this part right here is when you run your ACH, so you're running checks, and I'll show you the screens used. You're running checks, but you also can have the ACH in the batch. You do not have to have separate batches. So when you're saying, I want to have my, when you create a file like your bank file, you're creating the file and then that goes up to the bank. This here is giving the total. So it's knowing, okay, I have all the detailed records, but this total is being taken out of my account and it's going into this account. And so that's all in a transmission thing, which is nice so you don't have to, and I have no idea if y'all have a mail person that goes in and does the checks and you put stamps, I don't know, but if you are doing that, that's a lot of work and it's always, somebody's always having to do it. This can save you time on that. If you have an ACH bank, then it just goes to reason that you're going to need to make sure that your vendor is set for as an ACH vendor because we'll need to get their account number and their routing number. Okay, so the second part of that is let's go back into our FAS. I'm so used to going to HRS. Vendor. Wow, sorry.
Go to vendor master.
I should have you come up with that would be fun. Okay, so do you have who's a vendor that has ACH?
It's TNT and gravy.
TNT?
TNT.
Oh, like dynamite? Yeah. Right. Okay. And?
Pick the pay one. It doesn't matter. PY.
Great. So y'all, anybody in payroll or I'm sorry, HR, finance knows about your vendors, what you gotta do to set them up, to get a vendor number, all that kind of stuff. If you haven't used ACH, you probably haven't gone to the ACH tab. But if you want to set them up, that's where we want you to go. So you can click on your ACH tab and these are going to be the routing number that you need, the account number, and then this individual, that's going to be, this is your vendor number, so there's a record of it here, but the pieces that are required are your routing, your account number, your name, and this. Are you having this go into their checking account? And if they're vendors, mostly it's checking, but you can also pay your employees through, like if you're reimbursing them, you can pay them and you can have it go to, you know, like on their direct deposit, they might have money go to a savings account or a checking. That's when you could change your employees to maybe a savings instead of a checking account. But then the other thing that's kind of cool is you can put a default bank here so that when you start entering them, when you're doing your accounts payable by line item or whatever, and you pull up that vendor, you don't have to go click on the 01 or 02 on that line, I'll just put it in there for you. So it's just one less step that you have to worry about. And then if you save it here, then you're great. There's a couple things that are different, not different, that are additions. Let me go back. In your accounts payable, do you use accounts payable role?
Yes.
It's gonna be also in your accounts, like, your payment processing. Here, look at this. When we want to go in and make the payment, you're gonna do the same thing. You're gonna enter all your stuff. You're gonna run your edit list, and your edit list is then going to show you the different banks and then the amounts. But then what you'll want to do is instead of, well, there's two things. You're gonna wanna create the print advice of payment because you're still gonna want a copy of it, right? Now you make checks or whatever, you wanna see what it's gonna look like. Oh, rats, I'm not gonna do that. Okay. But you also then are going to want to create the ACH vendor payment file. And this is the file that you need to send to the bank. Hey. And so here you can do multiple batches. You can, if any of you, well, some of you are in HRS, when they're uploading the bank file, that's what they do. They create the file. It's not out of a batch, but it's a control number. And then you put in the effective date, your year, your bank number. You process here, so we're going to do this 11. And then when you process, it's going to give you an output. So it's going to show you the vendor number, the vendor name, all the amounts, all the pertinent information. And then it's going to create a file that you're going to upload to your bank. So in that regard, that you did all this extra stuff, but you don't have to send anything to the mail people, whatever. A couple times I've been asked, people have asked me on, like, when you're doing ACH vendors or you're doing POs, they want to know if you can email them to people or to vendors. And so in Olio, there was an option you could do that. Now the option is in Capture. So if you were all wanting to be able to email those to your vendor and you don't have vendor portal, not so much. But that would be a perfect segue into let's create a report in AI and we can have that scheduled out to the vendor. So there's things that you can do, but I'm thinking some of these other products that we have in vendor portal is part. So if you guys are wanting to get that set up, that they can log in and see what their stuff is. Okay. Any questions on that? Do a lot of you use ACH? Does anybody? I know you guys do. Oh, actually, no, you guys do. Okay, but there's some of you that don't, so maybe that's an option you want to think about. Okay, let's carry on. One more thing when I was talking about payments, and I know you guys do, so I know a couple districts do. If you have a vendor, let me go back here for just a second. Oh, I'm not supposed to go there. Okay. If you have a vendor, there is, let me show you, you can assign them. Okay, you have a vendor that are your regular vendors. You can also create, and I think most people, a lot of districts do, you have paid reimbursements for certain things. You might reimburse for miles or uniforms or, they go to classes or whatever, trips. You can, down here, you can have a vendor and link them to the employee. So if you're just starting to do this, it's better to have them in the HRS site and then create the vendor, because then you can also even change the name. You can create your own vendor number. And then you would link them. So once you link them, then you can put in the direct deposit information for the employee over to the vendor, and you can do ACH reimbursements to your employees and do the same thing, send them off. Because not everybody does reimbursements through payroll, right? You could, but not everybody does. So here's another tip that you might want to do, which Ogden does this. They use the portal, the time entry piece in the portal, and we've set it up that you have the people, your employees, go into the portal, instead of just going in to print their checks or request something, they have to go in and enter their mileage. And so we have groups set up that says if these people are, and it's mainly your IT people, they go to a couple different people and they'll go in and enter the the amount for their mileage. It will go to that person to approve it. And then when it's all approved, they can go in and pull up this report or this import program in ERP and look at it and pull it all into direct entry. Boom, it's already done. You've got all of the accounts in there, everything's in there, and you're having the employees enter the stuff. So it's really handy. You can do a lot of things that are like those kind of things that will save you time. And so, Jill, don't you like that? Thanks. And so you can use it also for the portal on if you wanted, this isn't the right place, but we have Logan setting them up so that their teachers can go into the portal and enter their extra duty time. So they don't have to have payroll do it, and it will route to the proper place. And then once it's already approved, then it will pull into the payroll input. So there's lots of things you can do that you might not know it was there, you just never have the time for it, that might be helpful. Okay. So let's see. So there's another thing that for the accounts payable, while I'm still on here, when you start getting to the end of the month or the end of the year, which is coming up, June, between now and June, obviously people are putting in POs and you're entering POs or requisitions, but you know it's not going to be here. You're actually ordering it because you have the money this year, but it's not going to be coming until next year for year 26. So when people are starting to get their invoices, they start getting them in July or August or whatever, mostly July. Many districts, I know they're going to go back and forth. They're going into the 1 year to pull up the accounts, and they're going to the other year. So you have this, so you might like this. So we have an accrual button, and it's a profile that when we set it off, I'll show you what it looks like, but I don't have the date set up for it, so it's not going to show exactly. But I'll tell you what it does. When we turn the profile button on, so you're going to be in 26, and you're doing your reports. There's an accrual, you click on it, and then when you pull up those accounts, they're last year's accounts. So you get to pay the cash from this year, the 26, but you're paying on those 25 accounts. And so that cross year, you don't have to be flipping around for different years. I love it when somebody's like, one person says, yes, I'd like to do that. So it's an easy thing to turn on. Let me go find.
If you go into reoccurring payments, I have it set up in there.
I'm sorry, what?
In reoccurring payments, I have it set up in there so you show me that.
Oh, goody, thank you. Okay.
You are using our demo, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, I've made that. I'm not here. I've already made that mistake that I don't do. I don't even do that anymore. Okay, recurring payments.
And do a drop down of the vendor, find the vendors.
Am I the wrong one?
No, you're right.
Oh,
You
right
gotta
here.
pick somebody first.
Oh, do you want the payment group? I think I went in the wrong one.
Yeah, okay, pick anybody in there. Okay, and then the accrue button should be, when do they do this?
And I'm wondering if, because I might have turned it off when it was turning it on and off.
Oh, okay.
But it's going to have, and I'll show you where the thing is. Right here, it's just going to say accrue. And then if you turn it,
Right where?
click it.
Right
where?
Mouse.
Oh. Okay.
It shows underneath, can you see where it says the date, invoice date on the right side? And then it gives the description. There's a little, it usually shows accrue right there, and there's a button right there that you click.
Okay.
So it's above all of the information that you're putting in.
And I'm wondering if perhaps, let's go look and see, if when I was trying to turn it on, I might have turned the old year back on. Or you'll want somebody to go into your system admin, or if you have the access, you go into your profiles here, and it's a lot of the names on our profiles you'll take a look at, they are funky names, so you don't even know what they are. Well, this one, you're gonna remember because it's called accrual profile. It's awesome. You don't have to remember the programming. So- Pardon? Look at that, ta-da! So, yeah, see, I was fiddling with that, but what you'll do on here is you're gonna, and it tells you here, you'll put in the new year. So in this case, 26 is the new year. We're saying for period, the date 06/30/24, 25, we wanna put all that stuff in another period. So what that's just saying is it's gonna make it, because a lot of times, you guys, maybe not you guys, some districts will keep paying things, but they want it in the first period, right? Or they want it in period 00, because they're still trying to, they want to keep it together. They want to pay either last month's or they're paying this year. So you can put it in a different field, or I'm sorry, different period, okay? So it's not here, I apologize, but you turn it on and like Marlene said, it will pop up here and then you just click on it. When she goes down in here, it's gonna be she's gonna be in 26 and she'll still be able to pay on these 25 accounts. Okay. So if anybody wants that, and tell your person, if not, again, email us, it's super easy, right? You just put in that accrual profile, put in the dates, you refresh and then you're gonna see. Okay. So I don't know if you use that, hopefully it might be something that you might want to use. So I have 15 minutes, I was gonna redo something, but I don't know if you guys are gonna like this, but I did. This was so cool when I figured this out, so I'm hoping this might be helpful for you guys. Many times you guys are reporting, and I don't know if the accounts payable might be, but I know a lot of finance people and a lot of people in HR, you get the reports out of Olio and ERP, and they're okay. ERP now has some really good reports and it's sorted differently, so it's a lot prettier, and we can get the information we need, but a lot of times it's still not what we want. We might have somebody out that says, I want a total I want to know a total for maybe all of my objects, for 100 to 199. Or maybe I just want, if you do a specific object, you can get information, but if you want to group things, it groups funky, right? So if you say 100 through 199, you're going to get your total for 101 and a total, 102 and a total, and it's huge, and it's hard to zip it up. You can use those in your report specs, and the report specs are helpful that way. But what I was doing it for somebody doing an AI report, and they wanted to total on objects exactly. And it just was ugly. And when I was trying to create variables, I was saying, okay, if it's 101, this, 102, so that means I'm gonna have to do 199 if statements to get it to total that number for me, and it's done. So what we have in ERP and Olio is we have those dimensions, and everybody knows what the dimensions are, and you've probably heard of user dimensions. And I never really saw the value because I didn't know what you could do with them. But if you go into and you may not, like I said, not everybody has access to this part, but I'm gonna walk you through it anyway because it's cool, I hope. In your dimension for every district, you all are gonna have obviously the same pieces, dimensions, because you have to do your state report. But then there's also, you can create these other dimensions, like here, and I'm not gonna use you guys' just because you have a name differently, and I couldn't figure it out. So I'm going to give you some screenshots and a couple other ones. But when you go into any one of these functions, if you go in, let's go look at our location, and you look at the description, these are what's already was set up, and this is what you guys use all the time. You might not know where it came from, it's just out in the system. But here we're saying, okay, here's all our locations, and these are our values. Most of you know the alternate dimension values is what you need for state reporting. So most of the time you just keep them the same. But what's really cool is, let me go pull up this guy. I hope the district won't mind that I'm showing it. I didn't ask. And in this case, so that this is going to make it a little bit, I think that will make it easier for you to see, or to understand. So, okay, this is what we want. So if you wanted to, like, I don't know, you want to report it separately, you can have an object in ARP, there is an object that you could say, I want objects 1 through 199. And you can do that on your report specs, right? For those of you who run them, you pull in the report specs, it tells you what you want to do. Do you want a specific program, location, object, whatever? Here, we don't want just object. We would have to say, I want object 1. I can't say 1 to 899 because it's going to mush them together. So I have to say 1 to 199 are my salaries, 2 to 299, blah, 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 are my benefits. So what we created was this the same total object. And so we just named it the way we want, right? So with their expense accounts, and I did this. Go back and show you what group I did that. I was doing that here in this dimension. And so I also then, if I were to create these dimension values, that's what was on this screenshot. Okay, dimension descriptions. So now, okay, that's all great, but how am I gonna get, like, how do you even know the system knows what to do with that? Well, now what you would do is go into, you have a utility, and you guys are familiar with a lot of the utilities we have on the HRS side, the FAS side, you know, changing date numbers, you know, getting back out codes. There is a utility here that's called mass load dimensions into accounts. So we just created that total object, but like, what are you gonna do with it, right? And here, so this is the program. You're gonna put in what your type is. So in our case, I went in and clicked on, see, I don't know what these are, that's why I created mine. When you come in back in here, you say, I wanna load the dimensions. And here, you do your account mask, but now on this last one on the object, you can see I have it as a 1. So when I pull in total object code of 100, it's gonna give me 1 to 199. Okay, same here on this 2. So when you go into your account inquiry, you know, on your account security mask, you can tell it, I wanna look at all the programs, and then you put in the first value of one of these dimensions. This is kind of like that. But then once we do this, you can see I have this 8 and 1. When I mass load it, it's gonna go out and touch every one of the accounts that you guys have, and now have that object 1 that we know that they're leads. Which kind of seems weird until you go in to AI or to Linq Analytics. You have us run our utility. We run it, I have Mark do it over at Linq. He'll run it, and then these dimensions now magically appear in AI, in Linq Analytics. So you can now do all these sorting in there. And it's so cool because some of the stuff that you can sort in, it just, you can do whatever you want, but it's not really set up for that. But also now, when you're running your reports, if you wanted to run some of your revenue reports and all that kind of stuff, you can now put in that total object on there, and you can create your own column. Right? So let me show, I'm not really sure how many people like knows through here, but if we want to go look at your, let's do your FAS reports. Remember, I'm not in, this isn't the system I was in, but let's say I want to look at I want to go look at an expenditure summary. Here's where, right, we're going to pull in that report that has the criteria we want. So I'm going to go look at this as the activity school one. Right, and when I say use it, now you can see down here, I can go in and choose what my location and programs are, right? That's how we can make the difference here. But I'm also gonna say up here, I wanna now add, and I would go in here and say, I wanna add my object 1. And so then now when I'm running my reports, I can now start totaling on knowing what my salaries are, instead of having to separate my salaries and my benefits through you know, another report or dumping them all into Excel and then having to sort through it. So it kind of is weird, but I'm telling you, it'll love it. So if it's something you're interested in and you want to help with it, I'd be happy to help, because the best part is you can move them over into AI. And that's kind of like a whole nother way of being able to get data that you want that is just really kind of clunky, you know, sometimes clunky to get. So that's one of my favorite things. Let's see. So also, I'll make it very quick. I don't know how many districts here use fixed assets. I know we have a couple. But many times I'm hearing from people that the IT keeps track of anything, all their IT stuff. And you don't want to keep anything unless it's over 25 or it's, your big depreciable items. If you have something that you track, a lot of districts track it on Excel, you can come in. ERP has the ability to have your fixed assets. You just have to, it's like with anything, it's part of the whole package, so it's not like you have to be separate for it. When you come over here and it'll be your main guy. Not main enough. Oh, hey. You guys use fixed assets. You have the same kind of thing that you have with everything else. You can go in and add categories, just like when you're doing setting up a vendor. You're going to put a specific vendor in. You're going to put a specific description in. We don't need to go through all of these, but when you're running, you want to go into look at an asset, you can, so that if you have it through a different vendor or whatever, we have import programs, and this afternoon, Chris is going to go through some of that stuff on. There's a lot of really good imports so that you don't have to be manually entering this. Because some people are like, I don't even want to bother with that because I don't want to do data entry. We have the imports, blah, blah, blah. When you're doing accounts payable, when you're creating, when you're buying or purchasing an item, you can mark it in that part of like even when you're purchasing it, that this is a fixed asset, right? Or it's going to be a fixed asset. You can also say, I'm buying 10 Macs and I want all of those to be fixed assets. And not only that, I want them to increment. So we could set up items that say, you'll probably remember, let's say it's 1 through 5, then that asset tag would be, let's say this is 10,000, 10,000, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And we can make the system do some of that stuff. If you don't like it in the purchasing, because sometimes you might not get it. Let's just pretend you cancel it, didn't come in time. When you're paying it, you can mark it as a fixed asset as well. And then when you're in some of these programs, you can run, you can run these fixed asset maintenance. You can have some of these programs that are going to say, okay, we marked them, now we want to move those items over into the fixed asset. You can run reports on them, and you can sort them by offices, by department, by rooms. So if you're thinking of that, that's something here that we definitely have. And then we also have the accounts receivable, which These Box Elder uses it. And the accounts receivable is, I like it actually, I think it's helpful for if you're in an area that like some of the smaller, or some of the schools are maybe out a little bit more, down south, you might rent out your building, or you might rent out the gym or something like that, that you can bill people for that. And you can put them in an accounts receivable. Let's go into, I don't know what this is going to be, but you can create your own standard items. So these guys have them for, these are fingerprinting or whatever. You can use these to bill your employees. So sometimes it's used for your retired people that are paying part of their benefits, and they're paying part of them, and you're paying part of them. You can put them on a recurring payment that every year you bill them, and then they're going to pay you, and so that you don't have to really know how to manage it because you've already got it set up. You can also use it for, like I said, if you're renting it out to the community, and then also to different departments. Like you guys use it out for like the busing and stuff, right? For your transportation.
Yes.
So you can build different parts of the company, and you can make an internal payments or not internal payments, and then you can keep track of it and create an account and create up recurring accounts for them too. Okay. Are there does anyone have any questions? I guess that was what I was going to. I didn't go into detail on it, but we have 2 minutes. I know I can smell food. So is there any questions or something that wasn't maybe clear? Is it helpful? Do you think some of those items are like the items you might want to use? Y'all ready to leave? You can do that too. See, we thank you all. Today was more of just let's talk about what we have out there. If you have questions, I'll be around, and we have lunch, and then we have things in the afternoon that we can get together if anybody needs has questions. So thank you all. Thank you.
Hey, lunch is ready, so we're gonna take the stuff off. You can go down both sides.
Hello. Hello, everybody. My name's Chris Linquist. No relation to Suzette from Devo, but same last name. I work for Linq, and I'm the Director of Technical Services. I'm going to be going over some just data imports and stuff like that. So if you have any questions, stop and ask. We've got 30 minutes, so it's going to be high level. We'll be able to try and answer as many questions as possible. I'm going to share my screen. I'm already sharing the screen. So I'm going to start at a high level in terms of where you can find a lot of the information. In terms of finding what imports we do, what the templates look like and stuff like that. Does everybody have access to InfoLink? I hope so. It's pretty universal. No? Oh, some folks do not have access to InfoLink.
Keep going.
Yeah, oh, I know, trust me. So InfoLink is kind of like a knowledge base. Linq puts a lot of information, so like our release notes, just a lot of information about Alio and Linq ERP. So we're going to kind of show you how to kind of navigate for a second and to find information relating to imports. And they're very broken out in terms of if you want to look for finance imports, HR, warehouse, accounts receivable, they're all broken out. So it's pretty simple to follow the process. So when you log in, you should land on a screen that is probably looks like this, so it's kind of just generic looking, there's no filters in place. The first thing you want to search for on the left side is going to be Alio. That's even for Linq ERP, we've just not updated the terminology, so it's going to be Alio on the product. And when you log in, you might only see like 1 or 2 or 3 options, but pick Alio because that'll be the vast majority of everything. And I'm going to do 2 things. I'm going to look for HR stuff, and I'm going to look for finance stuff. And so in Linq, we use the acronyms HRS for human resources and then FAS for finance. If you want to look for ARS for accounts receivable, it's the same acronyms across the board. So I'm going to look for HR real fast. And it's going to automatically start filtering right off the bat, but I want to look for just import related stuff. So I'm going to filter on resource type and then look at imports. And so there's a couple files that I'll share out with the group. I'm not going to go to the first one, it's an Excel document, but I'm going to go to keep on the PDFs. Some of these, so like the payroll, this is how to bring employee information in en masse. So if you are, if you have a different applicant tracking system, if you use like UKG for your applicant tracking system, we have an import file called employee master, where you can just create employees en masse, and it's pretty simple. And I can go through the process on how to create a file in Excel and then be able to import that into the system. I have like demonstrations on finance side, doing like a journal entry import, but it would be a very similar process, HR, finance, very similar process across the board. But if you look at HR, then this employee payroll files, if you go into it, it's going to be a large file, but they're broken out by different, so you got employee master, that's creating employees. Then you got like your deductions and benefits, you got your pays, your leaves, so there's a lot of different imports for a lot of different things that you can do. So if you scroll down, scrolling too far, so the first one, and this is kind of how the all the templates kind of look is we have an EA1 file. We kind of refer to that as the employee master. That's usually the first thing that we do for payroll. When we are bringing new customers on to the platform, these are the same imports that we use for those customers when we're bringing their history over, when we're bringing their employees over. We use these same files to load data or load the employees. So if you need to create users en masse, this is a good file to be able to do that. So you don't have to go to the system and do one at a time. This is a good tool for that. And I'll send you out, but again, I'll send out templates for you. So it's a kind of a grid. I'll show you this file. Let me get this a little closer. This file. So I have we've created a lot of templates based on those PDFs. So they're already in Excel format. So to make it a lot easier, because if you're looking at that PDF and you have to go and create your own Excel file, it's additional work. So we've actually created a lot of the Excel files for you ahead of time.
But created these templates, are these on InfoLink?
These are not. Yeah, so I'll share them out with you. I'll share probably with Aubrey, and then he can share it out with the larger group. Just so you have, so like, if you look at the EA1 file, so we have EA1, that employee number, social security, last name, first name, fields in yellow are the required, so I think there's about 10 required fields that you need to create a user in the system. And then once that's created, you can leave every other field blank. You can just go in and upload it through the program. And I'll go through that process, uploading files, stuff like that. Any questions? Again, very high level. I have 30 minutes, so very high level, but I want to make sure I give you kind of the bits of information for it. So back to InfoLink. Hold on. I gotta move this. I got a little thing at the top. I gotta keep moving to get to my other tabs. And then if you want to look for finance, and it's not case sensitive, so you can look for lowercase stuff. You see the Alio FAS master file, FAS transaction. So the master file is kind of how you build the system. So your chart of accounts, your vendors, your locations in your system. If you want to really just build the system out, and then the transaction are going to be like creating your budgets, your journal entries, your cash receipts, payments, all that type of stuff. So I don't know if there's folks that en masse do journal entry loads, or I assume that's probably a bad assumption to make, but there's probably folks that create their budgets in an Excel document. We have a process you can literally create that in Excel and then upload that into Linq, so it automatically gets created in Linq without you having to manually go do stuff. Any questions? Okay, so there's InfoLink. If you don't have access, it's literally submit a support ticket, and the support team will easily create it. It's fairly easy to navigate. Search for Alio. There's Alio Intelligence in here, so and it just filters on. Our releases are held in there, so it makes it. It's kind of like a repository of information about what's happening on the ERP side. And then, like I said, I'll share this out with you, but we've converted all of our imports into Excel spreadsheets already, or templates, so you wouldn't have to go through the process. We can share those out with you, so you can just save them off if you wanted to. If you were going to go through the process of loading employees en masse on a once-a-month basis or once-a-week basis, you could easily just do that in an Excel file. Okay. So here's kind of what they look like. Here's our chart of accounts. So I just wanted to show this real fast. So it's very, very similar to what the front end looks like. So when you're creating an account, if you needed to, your account number, your the year, description, the type, if there's a host account, and you can upload those. So if you get a new grant or something like that, and you have 200 accounts, very simple to go and create this en masse. So what I'm going to do for the next few minutes is kind of go through the journal entries, just because it's simple, but it's kind of a little more nuanced, because it's kind of like the Russian doll thing, where you got the Russian doll, and there's a smaller one, and a smaller one. There's a lot of steps within the journal entry file, so I kind of want to touch base on that, because there's some nuances to files. I did miss a file. There's this one, and it's resource 5822. And it's actually a really good resource because it actually helps you go through every import file. So if you look at like, let me do one of them. It just gives you like the, best in class on how to do something. I thought I had journal, there's the journal right off the bat. Okay, getting closer. So, it just talks about how to import your budget file. Like if you want to talk about import your budget. But then, this was the journal import process. So, and I'm going to kind of go through the steps, kind of what this goes through. So it's, very simple to follow. And what needs to happen. So, I downloaded a copy of that spreadsheet. I turned it into I created an Excel, and then I made it easy for me to kind of follow. Or I tried to make it easy for everyone to follow. So I just got a few transactions to create, so it's not like hundreds and hundreds of records, but I kept it very simple, and then changed some of the descriptions, so it's, hey, this is what's happening. Oh, hey, here's the credit account that everything's gonna hit. So. In the journal entry file, on the finance side, we deal a lot with batches. So everything's kind of done in a batch format. Everybody probably knows this on the finance side because everything in LEO and Linq is a batch format. And so even in the files, we have a batch. And so on a journal entry file, the debits and credits in a batch have to match. So if you have 100,000 in debits, you must have 100,000 in credits. But that's also true for the reference number. So when I said the Russian doll, so now the batch, the main doll, and then we took one layer off, now we're at the reference number. Even at that file, or at that level, the debits and credits need to match as well, at that level. And then there's a line number filled in there. So if you have a reference number that has 8 lines, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it's pretty just sequential. And then account period. I mean, it's all very familiar if you're doing a journal entry through the front end. It's very familiar. So it's just doing it en masse in an Excel document. Okay. So any questions? I'm probably moving pretty fast. Okay. And I am nervous, if you can tell. I am pretty nervous. I don't do this a whole lot, so just an FYI. So, and then I'm going to go back to the spreadsheet that kind of tells us, hey, this is how you import the journal entries. And this is helpful if you use this. If you go to these files, when you look at like Employee Master, it tells you what program to use to process the file. So if you get the templates and you don't see like an Excel version, you wanted to use it, but you found the, hey, Employee Master, I don't see the Excel version. Or what program to use. It's always this program in ERP to go and load the data through. And then in the guide, it's also listed in this guide, just like this. So this is for a finance journal entry transaction. So I'm going to grab that. And I'm going to search for it. I know folks say use the path. I don't know what the path is, so I'm just going to search for stuff. So I apologize if I don't know what the path is. This screen, very simple. Again, just it's very kind of intuitive. The file type, we're going to create just a CSV file. So we're going to put it in Excel and then just save it as a CSV. That's all. We're not going to do anything special. We're just going to create a comment delimited file. Double quotes. So if you save text in an Excel file, it'll automatically kind of encapsulate those in quotes. So leave it at this top one, this double quote, and we'll have to change anything. Date format. I am partial to year, month, day, so I tend to leave it at that. But you could use month, day, year as well. And then amount format. If you have amounts in your thing, in your file, and you want a decimal added, make sure you check the decimal one. If you do no decimal, it'll just truncate to the whole number. This account, the account year. So if you leave it blank and you have multiple account years in your files, or account periods or account years in your file, leave that field blank and you can import again en masse without having to filter. If you want to just do, if you have a file that you only want to import transactions for fiscal year 25, you can filter just to fiscal year 25. So I only want to import for just that fiscal year, if you want to. Then I'm going to go find a file. Already have saved. And so when I load it, it's loaded. I'm just going to hit the process button. So it'll take a second. It'll do all the validations. It'll load the data into our database tables. It'll grab the control accounts. It'll do all the things in the back end. So just like the front end, it'll do everything in the back end. So there's not a whole lot that you have to do, minus load that, or minus loading the file. If you got errors, they would be here, and you can go and run report. I get an error because a lot of times the header record, so where it says like record type, type of journal record, it doesn't like that a whole lot, so it just usually throws that error. So if I get one error on my file, I tend to ignore it just because I know it's the header record. So yeah, so it's the very first record that's telling me that it doesn't recognize record type as the value. So now I would go in and post the batch, but I'm not a batch expert, so I'm not going to go do that because I don't know how to do that, to be honest. So I just usually load the files and have other the implementation consultants that go and post those for me. But it would be the same process that you go through today when you create journal entries and you do your batch. It would just you go find your batch and do post just like you would a normal process, but you just did it a lot quicker. Or it might take a lot quicker versus one at a time. Any questions?
A question?
Yeah.
How are the journal entry and reference numbers assigned?
I would say that again.
The journal entry number and the reference number?
Oh, yeah, so the reference number is kind of like, I just kind of came up with these numbers. So it's kind of just how you want to group your transactions together. That's kind of like the batch number and reference number is just kind of how you wanted to group your transactions together. Okay. So you can have as many as you wanted.
Usually when you do it, you manually enter, the system will assign a reference number, a journal entry.
Yep. Yeah. This because we're kind of bypassing some of that, so you gotta go in and assign. Hey, here's my reference number, and that's what I said. I just did 25xx just for fiscal year, and then whenever I want it to be, you could come up with anything.
Okay.
Yeah, because we're kind of bypassing some of that, so we're not. It's not generating reference numbers. We gotta kind of think what the reference number should be.
All right.
So, and then the reference date for the reference number should be kind of one date. So if you have multiple dates, you'll get an error kind of scenario. So. Any other questions? Okay, so just to reiterate, InfoLink, if you do not have access, again, it's just a support ticket and it's usually a quick turnaround time. Our release notes, they put a lot of information in there, support manages it. So if you want to see what's getting released or what was released, for Alio Intelligence, for Linq ERP, for Employee Portal, all that is contained within this application. If you want to search for your imports, it's Alio as your product, and then your FAS, ARS, HRS, whatever you were looking for, and then you can kind of find what you need to. This guide, and we'll provide all this we'll get to Aubrey, and then he can. Sorry, Aubrey, I'm signing you up for something. We'll make sure that you get the links to it so that you have access to it. For like this one that kind of goes through each import. It's resource ID 5822 if you wanted to look at it. Anything else? Okay. Go ahead.
This would be the same process if you were importing from outside software.
Yep, exactly. So we use this today to import like, if we're bringing a new customer, onto Linq, we would, journal entries, when we're bringing journal entries from their old system, we would use the same exact file that you would use today. And do the same, kind of go through the same process. Okay, appreciate it all. So did that answer? I can help.
I know it's possible. I believe you've given me faith that it's possible, but of course, you know, to go out and do it, I couldn't do it.
Oh, it's easy. I'll come over. I'll talk to your assistant for a second.
Okay.
First. I keep saying it's simple, but I mean, I do this a lot, or my team does this a lot, so it's, you know, it's something that we're doing every day, not, oh, I gotta remember how to do this. I haven't done it for 3 months, now I gotta figure out how to do it again, so I fully understand that. So. Okay? Thanks, everyone. You didn't say no, so.
Great.
I just haven't talked in a large group in a long time. I've done it in the past, I just haven't done it for a long time.
So I'm not able to join the WebEx or something. So there's a technical glitch, that never happens in real life, right? So I just wanted to mention a couple of things, and I wanted to show you a product that we have. So all of you have Linq ERP or Alio, whichever you're using at the current moment. And we're so happy that your clients are so long. I want to thank you for that. And your user groups are amazing, because all states should take a look at this and do stuff like this, because it's really impressive. The other thing I like to see is that you're all friendly, so friendly with one another, help each other, and that's a great thing. But anyway, I wanted to let you know that we have other schools across the country leveraging some other products that we have. One of them is Linq Forms and Workflow. I talked about it in my HR presentation today. Great way to take paper documents, make them electronic, and then put them through a workflow of your choice. You can go in many different directions, can do lots of different things. I'm hoping I get to show that to you. I think Jared's working on it. Here he comes. Okay, so that's a product that we offer. There's a cost involved, obviously, but it is a tool that many of our school districts are using, and they absolutely love it. I see it a lot on the HR side, because there's all those forms when you're onboarding someone that have to be filled out. Why not make them electronic? And so our ultimate goal with Linq Forms and Workflow, right now, we can take that data, we can export it, and we can import it, just like Chris said, with our standard imports, and import it into ERP. So our future goal is to make that happen automatically, without having to do the export and the import, okay? So that's the future, where you can see the advantages there, things that employees are asking for, certain deductions, whatever you're doing in paper copies can automatically flow into ERP. So that's the future, not here today. Export, import today. The other tools that we do have a time clock system called Linq Time that has an API to ERP. So it will pull over the time of your employees once they're approved. It's a great system, and we'd be happy to show that to you as well. So it's part of the Linq packages. It's one of our products that we offer, fully integrated with Linq ERP. That's Linq Time. The other one that we do offer is student fees. If you've got fees that students incur and you need a portal to pay those, we have that as well. So student fees is another option. Let me not forget anything, hold on. And, come on, Rob, tell me.
Archive and capture.
Archive and capture, thank you. So we have a document management system, some of you have it, and that's where documents created in ERP, like the purchase orders, like the employee paychecks, things like that, flow automatically into the document file, and they're kept electronically. So it basically can take the place of your filing cabinets, can be used throughout your district. So it can be used on the student side, on the employee side, for health things, whatever you need. So that's Archive. That's another product that we have, and we also have a nutrition platform. And we originally we were gonna talk a little about the integration, and then we realized that very few nutrition directors would be here. But just so you can convey this to them, our nutrition platform called Linq Nutrition integrates with Linq ERP. So in most cases, when we go to schools, you're taking all the costs, everything you're doing in nutrition, and somebody's doing journal entries. They're either importing them or they're putting them in manually. Well, this takes that out of the mix. So the nutrition director creates an order that goes directly over to the ERP side, and the PO is created. So it's sitting out there as a PO. As soon as that invoice comes in, the invoice is automatically sent to ERP, and then the payment can be made through ERP, all the while updating the general ledger. So some advantages. So think about that. You may have a nutrition platform, you may not, whatever. Please let us know. There is a sign-up sheet if you want more information, if you'd like a demo, we'd be happy to do that, okay? No obligation, just there, okay? The other thing is, and we did want to talk about this on the finance side, so I'm just gonna quickly just show you. For those of you who aren't using vendor punch-out, it is something that comes with your system, and it allows you to punch out to vendor websites. We have about maybe 7 or 8 vendors right now, and we're constantly adding them, so you'll see more vendors popping up. It's already there, it's probably not on your menu, you'd have to add it to your menu called Vendor Quote. For those of you who know how to search the programs, you can key that in, you'll find it, and you can add it to a menu, okay? Or run it from the cursor, and then you'll be able to see what it looks like. So in punch out, if you look right here, we just punch out to the vendor website, I pick the vendor, I'm gonna use School Specialty, just because I have a test environment with them. But we have Amazon, School Specialty, Office Depot, Office Max, there's a bunch more we've added recently. So if you're not using it and would like to take advantage of it, there is some setup involved and some training, but it's not extensive and you already have it. So if you want to use it, you can. I'm going to use a deployment code of production, it does require one. You'll notice that I can do things like put in my ship to address if I want to, if I don't want to. And what this allows me to do then is just punch out to that vendor website and shop. All of us know how to do that, right? We learned very quickly about e-commerce and just fill your shopping cart. And it brings it back to, I don't know if there it goes. It brings it right back to the requisition screen where you can put it through a workflow, an approval process if you want to. If you don't want to, it just turns into a PO. So whatever you choose. But it's really their website. Now you established, I'm sure you already have commercial accounts with vendors where you're working with them. So that gets established and you can work from there. So if I want to shop our products and say I want paper, and I'm just going to take a look at all the paper and make some selections. How about artboard? It's something that a lot more of our clients are using now and really enjoy using it, so I thought it would be important to just show you quickly. So I can shop for whatever I'm looking for, and if I say I want presentation board, but it's really their website, so it's anything that you already know about. I could change the quantity here, and maybe I want 10. And then I just add it to my cart. And instead of, after you add to your cart and you pay for it, when I go to the cart now, you'll see a different option at the bottom. And that option is transfer. And that transfers it right over to Linq ERP where it becomes a requisition. So instead of filling in 100 lines of things you're gonna order from Amazon, why not go to the Amazon site and take it from there? So now I can go back to Linq ERP. It does tell you after checkout, you can retrieve the quote under the quote summary tab. So I go to quote summary and I refresh. And then it brings up everything that I purchased and I can create the requisition. So it's real simple. The only thing you have to do once you're in the requisition, because you can see it's all there, the only thing I have to do at that point is add the accounts. Because it's not going to know the account from your school district that you want to apply to it. So right there's the items that I ordered. I can drop down, find the account number. I can find my supplies account, whatever account I'm using, and finish. And now it's gonna go through that workflow. So if that's something you're not using and would like to, let us know and we'll help you set it up, okay? So that's the one thing. The other thing I wanted to show you was the forms and workflow. So this is that other product that I talked to out of the HR presentation. On my employee portal, the one that I use for demonstrations, I actually have a link right on the front page. I'm gonna just sign in to show you what it would look like from an employee perspective. So on my dashboard here, I've got a leave request. This is like an FMLA leave where I need some forms filled out. So if an employee wants to process an FMLA leave or anything that you need that's a paper that you want to put through a workflow, I can click on that leave request and it takes me right to that process. So it's going to open up, hopefully, open up the screen that's going to just let me walk through the steps. So you can see it's a leave request form, and now as an employee, all I do is click start, and it takes me through the entire workflow and allows me to fill out the forms. So how simple is that? You can put that link anywhere. Anything you need your employees to do, put it out on your employee portal with a little link, and now I've got access to that workflow. And honestly, we use it internally, so after this event, I'll get a link, and it'll tell me to click on it, and I'm gonna have to answer questions like what is Utah looking for, which I already wrote down plenty. So I'm definitely gonna work on that color and the print screen, because I know those are, I know we're all on board with that, we all miss it. So just keep those things in mind. But we do it internally and it's really very effective. And then you can get information, you can export, you can import. So I'm gonna show you what that looks like in real life. Now, there's 3 components to Linq Forms and Workflow. Very easy to use, very intuitive. It's a quick installation, and when you install it, we ask you to bring some workflows with you and some forms that you're currently using. Because when we leave, you'll have some workflows ready to go. So it's really a great installation, a great team that does it. But there are 3 components. This is my home page, and then I've got teams, workflows, and forms. So I'll just talk a high level about those so you can see what I'm talking about. On the home page, this is where things that are part of my work appear. So if something's waiting for an approval, if I have to sign something, it's going to show up right in this screen. I can also see things up here in my email, and it can also be sent to my regular email if you wanted to. Some people don't want that. They get enough emails. They want to just see it all here in Forms and Flow. And it depends. If you're a user of Forms and Flow, you can look at it here. But if you're just a recipient of something or you need to fill something out, you want it in your email. So 2 different options there. I'm going to the Teams option is a nice way to manage throughout your school district. So I have an HR team, I've got nutrition teams, I've got student services. You can use it throughout your entire school district. So it's not just for finance or payroll. It can be for anything that you'd like to use it for. I'm just going to open up the HR to show you a little bit about it. The thing that our customers tell us they like most is that in any workflow, they can see the progress. So once you submit something or once you send something, you just sit there and wait for it and you hope to God it comes back. Well, this one allows you to look at submissions, so I can see all the submissions that I've made. It allows me to see what's in progress, and it allows me to see what step it is in the progress. So I can email quickly Anna Mary and say, hey, get moving on that, I need that completed. It can also automatically email that. So that's the kind of thing that it allows you to do. It always shows you the activity, it shows you what's completed, it shows you all the steps and who's still working on them. And I'm one of those people. So the teams are nice. You can store all your documents in a team. So any of the forms that I'm working with, my forms are here, and I can work with them from here if I want to. Okay? So that's the teams portion of it. There's also a workflow component, and the workflow is very, very flexible. So let me just show you a workflow that we've created for an onboarding list, an onboarding checklist to include some documents, etc. Here we go. Okay, So you can keep things in folders, so you may have your own folder, I have my folder, everybody's got a different folder with the documents that they work with and the workflows that they work with. But I've got an onboarding, a new hire, an HR new hire checklist, and I want to show you the capabilities of that workflow. So if I go into the workflow itself, it's going to show me exactly what's going to happen with the paper document, with the approval process, with anything I'm working with. So there's a start to your workflow, and now from there, these are the other things that I can do. So I can there may be people in that workflow that really don't need to do anything, but I'm gonna notify them. It's a new hire, I wanna let the principal know they're coming, I wanna let the training team, whoever I need to let know, they get notified that a new person is coming on board. I can also go through an approval process. So when that person is filling out forms, I've got to approve them before it goes to the next step. There's also the form collection, and that's what I'm going to show you next. That's taking any PDF, has to be a PDF, and turning it into an electronic document. You can also create your own documents, and that means you don't really have a PDF, but you have something you want them to fill out. You can create it yourself, and then it actually shows up, it can show up on your cell phone, which is really nice. The PDFs have to be on some sort of notepad, but if you create your own, it right sizes it for the cell phones. You can also do conditional branches. So what the system does is if you're hiring and the person is filling out their job, like I'm a teacher, I'm a custodian, I'm in operations, whatever it may be, it'll look at what they filled out or what they checked on the form, and it can send the form in different directions based on who they are. So the teachers go in this direction, the lunch people go in this direction, the custodians go in another direction, all for approvals. So it really does sort of a screen scrape and looks at it, and it knows what to do with it then. So that's the conditional branch. You can also request file uploads. So if you're going to have like the I-9 as part of the packet, you may need their driver's license or their passport or something else. They can upload images of those. And then there's also data transfer. And that's what I was referring to when you can take the information that you get on the forms, you can push it out to an SFTP site, you can then get that spreadsheet ready and import it into Linq ERP. Again, our ultimate goal is to get that to go directly into ERP. So we're working on that, right? So those are some of the things you can do with the workflow. Now, one of the other pieces that I want to show you is the ability to create forms. So I'm just going to say create a form, and I have to name it. Now keep in mind, it's not just one form. So I can put your whole HR packet for onboarding, every form they have to fill out, and it will just go from one form to the next form. As soon as they fill out the last field, it jumps to the next one. So it's not really difficult for the employee, it's a very simple process. So I'm going to call this Santina's form. You can assign it to a team if you want to, and that means it's going to be stored with that team forever and ever. You don't have to. You can give it a description, and you'll see all I need to do is take that PDF and drop it here. And there are other tools that do this. I get if you say, oh, I already have this or I have that, but keep in mind, this is something we are working towards getting on the ERP side, so getting that full integration with the ERP, and that's going to differentiate us at that point. But if I take my I-9 right here, and I drop it on the form, and now I say to the system, auto-detect the fields, and I save, it's going to try to create that form for me. So it's going to bring back the I-9. And remember that very flexible workflow is also a differentiator because a lot of the tools that you use don't have that capability. Now, notice that it makes everything pretty much single line input. It does its best, but it's, not perfect. But I can take any one of these fields, like the birth date field. I can then make that a multi-line text, a drop-down, a checkbox, a signature, a date, which it would make sense for the birth date, or a formula. So you can do formulas. We have clients doing mileage reimbursement through these forms, and it knows the formula, so it knows exactly what their reimbursement is when they key in their miles. It can be really made to be quite powerful. And now say, for example, I want to have the signature. Now remember, this is a legally binding signature. And when I click on that field, even though it says single line text, I can change it. Now, once I change this form and I save it, it stays that way forever. So I guess if the feds change the I-9, then I'm gonna have to do another form. But for the most part, you keep that form for as long as you need it. You know, you will have to modify if something changes at the federal or state level, or if you change a district policy. And now if I preview those fields, just to show you, this is what it's gonna look like to the employee. When they click on that link right on their employee portal, after you say sign up for your employee portal, they can click right on that link and fill out their forms. And we already learned today that they can onboard themselves, and this will be part of the onboarding, all done from that employee portal. To them, it's transparent that they're going to Linq Forms and Workflow. They're just filling out a form that you put out there for them. Okay, and if I look at now the date, it's gonna bring up the calendar for me to pick the date. And if I come down to the signature line, it's a legally binding signature. They fill it in, they sign the document, and it's done. Now the other thing it will do for each form, say we have 10 forms in this packet, once they fill in their name, anything that's the same can be transferred to the other's document without them having to rekey it. So they don't have to rekey their first name and last name. They may not have to rekey their address. So it is a time saver. It's all electronic. You can push it to an SFTP site. You can take the whole folder and have employee folders sitting somewhere. You can use Linq Archive and you can place them in the employee folders there as well. So it's an option. It is, there is an additional cost. There is implementation. I can tell you that when you finish implementation, which is really pretty easy because it's easy to use, you will see that you'll already have some workflows in place that you could begin using immediately. And I've talked to people who implemented maybe 30 days ago, and they have, 55 workflows already with documents that they're using, and they love it. I've seen it most on the HR side, but that doesn't mean finance can't use it as well. So, does anyone have any questions about that? Okay. Any questions in general that we can help you with? I did get some feedback during my HR session about some things that people like and don't like. And so I'm gonna create a nice document, give it to Aubrey, and he'll communicate with you. And if you wanna add some things, be happy to. Anything that's got case numbers, I'll add the case numbers so we can track it and see, try to get time frames, that sort of thing for you on a couple of the questions that were asked. Some things like when an employee's locked out, we can't get them back in because the unlock won't work, little things like that. That's a problem. We want to fix that. But I would call support in the meantime, and we were able to fix someone here pretty quickly. And we'll continue to do that. Anything else? Nancy, do you want to do the, you want to use mine? No, you don't, it's up to you. Nancy did a cool thing that I thought was interesting, and she doesn't have to show it. I'll just tell you about it. It's up to her. But on the employee portal, I don't have it. I mean, you could show me. But on the employee portal, you know where you have the contracts? Well, she said some other things up there, which actually people were asking for workflows, and they didn't have the capability of a workflow without Linq Forms and Workflow. So she created something on the employee portal that actually did that pretty nicely. So I'll let her show you. And thank you again for having us.
As you probably have heard it in some of the other conferences that we've had, we've gone over the employee contracts where you can go in and set up a template of it in ESP, but you can, from ERP, you can choose let's say, I'm gonna go with the teachers again, you wanna do the teacher contracts. So you would put a teacher contract code on the employees, and then you would, there's a utility, which I might as well show you while I'm talking about it. So what the utility does is it's gonna pull in a group of the people, and it's gonna pull in fields that you might want to show on a contract. So we know that we have to put in the steps, you put in the levels, you put in what their salary is, what their hourly rate is, all this kind of stuff. And so it works really great for contracts. But there is, I had a district that was wanting to do something, and they were hoping that they wanted somebody to do it, they were willing to pay for it, it just didn't work out. And so, anyway, so I thought, let me just try, I said, they were kind of frustrated, and let's just try and use the contracts for something. So if you go into, and this is where for you, those of you that have worked on the contracts, in your contracts in ESP, on each job record, there is going to be, yes, I should show you that too. And your employee jobs and page, you'll have your job code, then you have your employee category, and then there's a place that you can put a contract in. And that's what I'll show you. Sorry, I didn't have all this up, I apologize. Oh, wait, no, I can't do that because you're gonna be seeing this information. Okay, so I'm not gonna do that. But on the jobs and pays, you'll put a contract code on there. Well, the contract codes that we're doing for this district is we want to look at, they have a form that they want to send out to their employees, and they want them a timestamp on it. And so if you go into this jobs or in this contract, it's going to extract all these people. We come in here and say we want to generate the contract data. That's what it's going to do. You're going to go in and choose what you want. So in this case, what they want is they needed to have a verification report that goes out, and the employees have to sign it. So you guys know that we're in HR. If you have to send things out to people, it's hundreds of people, sometimes thousands of people, and kind of trying to keep track of who you've sent things out to, who've returned them, is, what you guys manage. But on these contracts, if you set these up here, you could say, I only want to have whoever has this job code, right? And in this case, when I was choosing the people I wanted, I'm saying I want to get everybody that has this verification code on their jobs and pay screen, okay? So once you do this, you run this, and all you do is just run the utility, and it's going to create an output for you, just like all our reports, and show you who's in there. So if you know you should have 865 teachers and you only have 800, well, there's some of them who forgot the contract code, they're not working, whatever. But you'll be able to see who you're expecting to get you want to get these contracts. And that's what I'm pointing out. We use the template of the contracts, but they can be used for all kinds of things. That's what I'm trying to get at to show you guys. So when you go into the portal, you will come in on your first part of, for those of you that are, here we go, like admins or something, you'll have all these tabs up here. And if you guys have this contract tab showing on your feature availability, then you're going to be having it here. And when the employees log in, it'll pop up on their like toolbar up here. But since I have it turned on, when you come into the contracts, you can set up all your different types. So normally you're going to see here teacher contracts, administrator contracts, blah, blah, blah. But we have this leave verification. And so when you click on the leave verification, we can go into the edit right here. And the edit is, for those of you who have done this, you know that you can have a general, you can have a header, you can have a footer. The footers are usually where you have a superintendent or a board member that signs them. And then you also have the teacher needs to sign it. And when they click on these, in here, it's like Santina was saying, it's going to be that's your signature, you're accepting your contract or whatever. So you would put your header and body, or header and footy, header and footer, and then the body, sorry, I was trying to make it short. If you move, okay, this guy isn't going away. Now I'm talking faster, sorry about that. Let me just move him around to be able to see where we go. There we go. So you can see this is super easy. All they want is every month they want to send out, and this is the whatever, they want the employees to be able to sign it, like right here, their signature. And once we set this up, they want to send it out to everybody. And so they want to do it anytime. They want to actually have it done monthly, which is, I'm showing that there are different ideas that you can use this for. Even though it says contract, it's not necessarily only for contracts. Okay, so this is all this is. I don't have any of these tables that you pull in the dead bends or that you put in their job information. It's just, that's it. So once that's done, then, and everything's groovy, then we can go in and say, now you'll go in here and you'll set your range. So in this case, they're using it as teachers, so we're still saying it's for your 2025 calendar. In here, when you go to print, this is where you can decide what contract code. So in this case, we're only doing that verification. But if you have the contract codes for your teachers and blah, 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 you can choose which code that is, and then you put in your run number here. And then when you say process, it goes out and does a task, it runs it, and then you'll be able to see if it runs or not, which we're hoping it does. Then when we go look at the employee contracts, this right here is showing me that it ran. And over here, it's gonna come up here, and until I click publish, it's just looking here. So it's like you can spend many times reviewing, making sure everything looks good before you publish all this stuff out.
You still have to run an ERP, but go in and do the create contract before you do this part?
Yeah, you definitely, yeah, the creation, I'm sorry, I'd already had it done, but you do need to put the contracts on, you need to run that, create the group, review it, and the contract number?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So isn't that how you get your run number?
Yes.
Okay.
And you can, when you're running it, that's, I didn't point that out, on this part in ERP, if you're doing, running it over and over, so when you're looking at your report and saying I'm missing 60 teachers or whatever, you can go in and make sure you have the people, and then here you can run it, you replace it, or you can just say I want to update it. So in this case, we don't really want to have two of them. We would want to go make changes on the few people we forgot or whatever. We didn't have let's say we forgot to put earn code and we needed that there. Then you can come over here and rerun it, and then it will either update it, like I said, or what it will do is it'll put in the new reference if it needs to. And that's good. So once this is done, once it's refreshed, then you can go into the portal and you would want to rerun your contract, right, your published part here. So I'm showing somebody this, so I had them sign so they can see what it looked like. So I'm going to show you that. So when we came in here, we go click on this, you're going to see that first of all, once we set this up, it's going to go email the people, just like it does if, for those of you that use like your requests, if you want to do demographic requests or your tax requests, you get an email that says, hey, you've got something out there to approve. They're going to get something out there that says, hey, you've got something, you've got some kind of you need your signature on something. So they get that notification. And you can set it up to say if they don't respond within 24 hours, 48 hours, we're going to do it again. Or like what I would do, I would send it out every minute, right? Just joking. It's from the other stuff. You can send it out as much as you want. But anyway, most of the time when they know they have to finish it, they're going to go check it out. So in here, what happens, and sorry, Dorothy, I'm using your name. When they open this up, all they would do is click on it, right? Click on the signature and the timestamp. And that is how, this is like a small thing, but it's causing them a lot of grief. So I'm showing you that you can, if you have reports that you need to send out to a group of people or something, and let's say you don't have workflow or you want it, but they're not going to buy it or something, you can just kind of, as they would say, think out of the box. Any reports you guys need that you want the employees to sign, this is a really great opportunity to just do something like easy and manageable. So one more thing that you're like, okay, what if we wanted to add those codes? Are we gonna have to go add them to every one of our employees? And that's where you wouldn't. We have this jobs and pay utility that most people put it together for like their end of year. So when you're rolling jobs or you're rolling salary schedules or something, a group of people got lost, or not lost, they weren't updated. You can run the utility to select the people you want, and then over here on your employee jobs or your employee pays, you can put in your field that you want to be pulled in. You can do that here, and this is where we have the contract code where you can go mass update all the employees. Now, a while ago, a couple of years ago, before we had this, you would have to call, John or EMA or Wyman and have them go run SQL to update this stuff. But now you can go in and just say, okay, these are the people I want, and boom, I'm putting the contract code on it. And then, ta-da, you're done. So you don't have to have any other resources to be able to make your changes here. So that's super fast, but I just want y'all to think that there are things out there. If you want, let us know, and we can see if there's something that we can, with what we have, that we can help you guys out with. So any questions? Hey, I guess Hopper, you're up now. I'll just leave this one.
Take it. Just gonna, I'll slump. So that's gonna wrap us up a little bit early, and I just really wanted to say thank you guys for driving out here and for attending the event. I know that I have not connected with everybody here, and I don't support every single district here, but if you guys do need something and you're not feeling supported, you are absolutely able to reach out to me. My email is apope@linq.com, so APOPE@linq.com, and I will absolutely respond and connect with you and work to, escalate or put things in the right direction for you if you need it. So I just really want to say thank you guys for coming out and everything that you do in helping support our company and helping make us better, and we just really, really appreciate you guys. I know also we have a few minutes early. It would be really cool if we could all just kind of maybe meet on the stairs if it's not pouring rain and take like a group picture. Do you guys do that kind of thing? Not really? I see a couple shaking heads back there at the Nebo table. You guys are going to be in the front, okay? But really, really, thank you guys so much. This is the first event like this for me. I've been at Linq for 7 months. I'm fairly new, but I am very much looking forward to being at San Juan. Where are we going next year? Santa Ana?
San Juan.
San Juan? Okay. San Juan, I'll see you next year. Thank you guys.
Seriously.
like just report examples or whatever. But here, you say the financial labeling and then you can click on any of those, you can get those reports to review, like something that's what you want. Oh, no, we only get one question. Okay, Melanie, okay, my turn. Okay.
So we, our business administrator wants to, somebody can help us send us specific reports, train us on that.
Like, I haven't seen it, but she's in fact over before, was it last fall? And then it was like, you guys just need to let me know, I'm only like, I think 3 hours or something. So,
So how long would it take to set up some reports and teach us?
do you mind slicing? Oh, I can send you, we have, like, you purchase a block of hours and then the regular day, right? So,
All of the things to set up some reports and teach us.
So,
and then there's some other.
yeah, so if you,
Like, yes.
I'm out time next Tuesday.
Oh, it doesn't care on that? Are you guys still?
Right.
Oh, no, we're not.
So,
I was like,
yeah,
okay, yeah.
We just don't know. We've got it closed, we're not so busy. We think we can do it, but we just.
Yeah, that's the hope, and like.
And it's better if you're there. That's normally what I like to do when I start doing
There's
it.
gotta be.
Yes. And mark the things. So if you wanted AI and that, and if there was other stuff you knew people or whatever, we could say it's like, we can see today, we're not used to doing those hours for some
Not just
reason.
guidance,
But also when you're.
jump in the trenches and make sure it actually works.
So we just split it up and half a day was doing stuff and then another half day because then it's consistent in. I could say less than 3 hours, but I know. I set it enough that I know to go down. So I can send you guys the agreement and then I can give you an outline that you can go over. Send the checks and then you just decide if you want to do that. I know, and mayor never go because it's but anyway, something like they're doing it in July or something, but I was in Pleasant View. So like from here, I'm only 15 minutes. This is like the best. I only have to drive up here. But I burned their road, I think it was 3 hours.
It's about 2.5 without travel.
Oh, okay, so then it'd be about the same, because I'm 15 minutes. And what? Oh, and oh, yeah. Okay, I know they think it's checks are. Okay, good to meet you. I'm Nancy, obviously. But yeah, you can do that and so.
Importing stuff is square.
so look at it, see even if we do the secondary things over email, this is what.
Yeah, for sure.
Send it over.
I'll do my due diligence on my part.
If that was something that you were looking at, I don't know. Just hold pause, okay?
Do you jump in the trenches helping clients out?
I will not, but I'm kind of the type that, I'll jump in.
There's some GL systems that like you can copy and paste whole columns. Like you can.
Bryce, Audra is, and she might be able to answer that question.
So if you've got an import, I understand that's the fair rebuttal. No, we can't copy and paste that stuff, but we have imports, so. Century learn how to do that.
It's true.
I do know.
Pay their high school fees. We'll have a credit card, they know it's like their credit card.
I think they're kind of building.
Right, so you're really close.
They're building like an Excel where they sell documents.
Let me find out. I thought that
But if you could get people who has a column. Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate you. You ever get tempted to like work for a school district? Be like, I just jump in and like run the show. Okay. Which is kind of a tragedy sometimes. I don't know a lot better, but I can tell my brother who's a lot smarter than I am. Like, no, it's not fancy, but
You know, I think had I started.
In your life, like.
Had I started earlier, because there's a training. I have my niece works for a university like the pay is lower, but understandable. Her benefits are so much. So I'm like, had I started earlier,
Are we getting into population rates? Like, that was a real basic one that I had, but yeah. Some.
it's all, we need smart water. Backing up even further, this is like. I understand this 2012, 10-ish, like the state was supposed to have like.
I can go look, because some, what I mean is some of them they convert, not everything. But it does, I would be more than happy.
This sucks.
Yeah, and so
And
they
then they're
might
like,
have to change
okay,
that.
well, it's not as cool as we promised, so you're all on your own to go figure out
And so
the
if
solution.
you want
And
to.
then that's when like,
I gotta go.
a lot of school
Some
districts
people
might
maybe
not.
it's
Oh,
easier,
yeah.
we'll get together, because you're gonna teach me, teach me dashboards. When you're training him, call me out.
Let's meet now.
You just decided that was good.
This is work. Well, we are, you went in.
It does kind of suck that everyone's.
So, but anyways,
We'll get back to you on
I
that.
This guy's got my.
Okay.
Important left and right, thank you.
Perfect. Bye, thanks, Chris.
That's beyond my pay grade.
I can do a lot of my
We
children.
are stuck with.
Fix it and then those are the
Much more blame on how you use it than we do like Power BI or Excel.
You can turn, like, if you have your parameters already, let's say your equations or whatever, you can turn those pieces of information into graphs, line bars, and that kind of stuff. And those are what a lot of districts would like, because we haven't, but if you already have the report set with those X and Y axes and stuff. Okay. I'm trying to think.
They're hosting it.
Where have you gone? All those over, so it's not separate anymore. Okay, okay. So I can go in and figure out, actually, I can call I'll write your email down. I can go in and look for some of them running and see if I'm getting the same errors that you are. And then I can use it,
So make sure it's
I
like Thursday.
just to get it going. I just have to start. I was like, I don't know if I'm over at Box Seller. I usually, I know who's coming in. Or I can. Oh, okay.
Thank you so much for your help. Appreciate it.
Bye. Yeah, take care.
other jobs, sometimes we get together.
Can I agree with you?
Great seeing you.
It's valuable because
Yep.
Thank you so much, Nancy.
Thank you, yeah. Happy to do it.
and that is valuable, just change your perspective and attitude on stuff. So, you know, I mean, I understand if you're taking over this bumps in the road and stuff. This is better than nothing. We're not gonna learn anything there is to know. If you get inspired, that's good. Or be like, I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm in my own world. I'm so very controlled. I'm one of those dudes, like, all things held equal, everything on the same platform is very easy. There better be a good reason why you're using something else. So I walk away from this like, why are we using it? Why are we using another system for, you know? But I can't get my own boss to like review my cash reconciliations the way all this shit's done. How can we do bigger change than this hard? So are you like finance background or computers?
So I got my first degree, economics.
So when people look at the register, they're actually.
Support person, really, you realize it's all important. So I did like, so like, let me see if I can find that bridge to intersection between IT, customer facing. That's where I did, if I work for Power School for 11 years.
Well, it's now, I'm right on the corner. And not those with the houses down, down the street. Really? Oh, that's what I was saying. Over here. Over here, come here, go down. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, it's good to meet you, that's the thing, so.
Everyone else should be happy to get what technical skill?
It's like, they may not know all of their needs, how it starts background.
There's so many other things that are out there that I'm lucky to have knowledge of. So much more. You're only looking at make sure they have knowledge. Like, that's a head scratcher. I'm trying to
That's not the one of our histories.
Hey, so review, next week, everybody got one.